In terms of policy, as mentioned, we already have the Transnational Higher Education Act, or RA 111448, and we permit internationalization activities like student, faculty, and research mobility, program mobility like twinning arrangements or joint programs, and institutional mobility. But the establishment of offshore campuses are allowed provided that ownership follows the 60-40 local and foreign ownership ratio. Also, in terms of CHED administrative issuances, the Department of Education, the CMO 40 series of 2008, or the Manual of Regulations for Private Higher Education of 2008, echoes the constitutional provisions on establishment and enrollment restrictions. Now, at this point, I'd like to present some possible barriers to internationalization as we consider extending or expanding the foreign equity participation by amending certain provisions in the Constitution. It is extending or expanding the foreign the committee and the Congress might find this also useful in examining some administrative issuances or expanding maybe committee and barriers to internationalization once we in examining allow administrative issuances or maybe equity barriers to internationalization in our education institutions. One is in the area of governance, control and administration of higher education institutions and basic education schools shall be vested in Filipino citizens. Control and administration of higher education provided in the Constitution and echoed in and reiterated in CMO number 40 and DO 88 of CHED and DepEd respectively. Insofar as the operations, the ownership of school site, for example, and buildings as a requirement for government recognition of schools and higher education institutions should be revisited, probably to be relaxed. Also on regulation of setting of fees under CMO number 3 series of 2012, also the school calendar in higher education institutions and basic education schools prescribed by DepEd, and as provided in the current policy, relevant policy, any change by the higher education institution or basic education schools on the school calendar requires approval of the Commission on Higher Education and DepEd. Insofar as the curriculum is concerned, also the adherence to program standards and guidelines of the CHED is required. Textbooks are preferably written by Filipino authors, and adherence to library standards, which requires at least 10% Filipiniana resources under CMO number 22 series of 2021. Insofar as hiring of foreign faculty, the Philippines also provides for the grant of alien employment permit and 9G visa for foreign faculty. For basic education, it requires licensure examination for foreigners consistent with our LET law or Teachers Professionalization Act. And also the country of origin must permit Filipinos to teach. Or in other words, there should be reciprocity requirement. In higher education, the faculty must be a holder of at least a master's degree to teach, mainly in his major field, and where applicable, a holder of appropriate professional license. Also, dual citizens must renounce their foreign citizenship to be able to teach in state universities and colleges as provided in our dual citizenship law. As compared to Malaysia and Singapore, their regulations on faculty, foreign faculty, is more relaxed. Finally, Mr. Chair and the Honorable Committee, for considerations are the following. There is a need, clearly there is a need to set government's vision and targets in opening up education to full foreign ownership, like the possibility of attracting faculty members in areas without local expertise, and increasing competition to improve quality, among others. If ever the government decides allowing foreign ownership is just the first step. This requires government incentives and policy adjustments from the DepEd and CHED, including our immigration and visa requirements, labor laws, even the PRC, to attract the best institutions to come in the country. Strengthening of capacity of the DepEd, CHED, and TESDA in its ability to regulate the entry of poor quality institutions and the use of research by industry. The opportunity to review government regulations in a way that enables quality institutions to thrive must also be considered in the review of the education provisions of our Constitution. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, and we will be able to answer questions. Salamat po.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize Attorney Kimberly De Azas, Attorney 3 from the Legal Division. I think Ed.
The chair would like to recognize Attorney Kimberly De Asas. Please proceed.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. On behalf of TESDA, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Please be informed that the official position paper of TESDA is still subject for the approval of our principals. Nevertheless, if I may provide you the gist of our position. The agency acknowledges the necessity of reframing the nation's economic policy to keep up with the demands of our increasingly globalized age while considering and protecting the Filipino first policy that guides the economic provisions of our Constitution. In this regard, please be assured of the agency's readiness to provide its utmost support once this legislative measure is approved. Thank you very much po.
Mr. Chair.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Attorney Angelo Jimenez, the President of the University of the Philippines. He'll be joining us through via Zoom.
The chair would like to recognize Attorney Angelo Jimenez, the President of the University of the Philippines. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With your kind indulgence, I would like to take this opportunity as well to thank Congress for its steadfast support to the National University. Today, we are grateful for this opportunity to comment on the deliberation of the Committee of the Whole House on the proposed resolution of both Houses number 7 concerning proposed amendment to Article 14, Section 4, subparagraph 2 of the Constitution. Let me just start with the mandate of the University of the Philippines. As the national university, the University of the Philippines was chartered by Congress to perform a unique and distinctive leadership in higher education and development, serving as a graduate university, a research university, and, I stress, a regional and global university in cooperation with international and scientific unions, networks of universities, scholarly and professional associations in the Asia-Pacific region and around the world. The University of the Philippines is basically already internationalized. We are currently party to 479 collaboration agreements with other schools in 47 countries. 311 are in Asia, 71 in Europe, 61 in the United States, and even 5 in Africa, and 18 in Australia and Oceania. We currently have about 295 students, but this has gone down after the pandemic. It used to be 678 foreign students in the University of the Philippines. This is not still a big number, considering that we have practically almost 70,000 students. Our international faculty is about 94, still not a big number, but it is already there. Our ranking right now, based on Quadrelli Simmons, is for the top 400 in the world. This is counting 25,000 top universities in the world. We are lower with the Times Higher Education ranking, that's 1,200 out of the 25,000 schools included in this, the top schools in the world. Let me just point out as well that we have joint and dual degree programs with other partner universities in the world, particularly in Germany, the Technical University of Dortmund. This is the MS Regional Development Planning, the University of Reading in the UK with PhD in meteorology by research, a dual PhD by research on agriculture, food security, and economics, and also with Curtin University, also with the United Kingdom, a dual PhD by research in agriculture, food security, economics, and related sciences. We would also like to point out that the Nagoya University, which has won 6 Nobel Prize, has a satellite campus in the University of the Philippines. We also offer research. They also offer research scholarship for faculty and our research personnel. We have hosted their satellite campus since 2014, and we just renewed it last year. This implements their Nagoya University's transnational doctoral programs, and these graduate school programs include bioagricultural sciences, international development, environmental studies, and engineering. And I have visited our students there last year. Let me also point out that in particular that we are hosting the International Rice Research Institute since 1962. And as a result of this, just a few of the results of this, we have produced, in cooperation with UPLB and Philippine scientists, 1,000 publications. They have 70 scientists who have trained almost more than 1,500 of our own researchers. And we have produced alumni in Erie that is now present in 25 Erie offices in other countries. Let me just point out as well that just last year, we received a $15 million grant from the Korea International Cooperation Agency for an agricultural genomics center there that is now between UPLB, Erie, and the Korean government. And this will hopefully, by the time it is finished, can help with research on agricultural genomics, which is a very important field right now. What I'm saying is that this position that we are going to take is founded and can only be founded on the statutory mandate of the University of the Philippines, as well as the constitutional mandate for all higher education institutions to inculcate patriotism and nationalism. We submit that these mandates are not in conflict. Instead, they reinforce each other into an education and research that is both nationalistic and globalized. And this is the UP example. The Constitution contains extensive provisions on the mandate of the state and public and private universities in relation to higher education, as well as direct restriction on their ownership and operations. However, this does not mean that every major policy objective in higher education must or can be accomplished by just merely amending the basic law. This is especially because the Constitution already ordains a very, what in legal terms is called an expansive construction zone, an expansive construction zone. And I am referring to the area in the Constitution that leaves open to changing choices on how its rules, principles, and policies can best be realized. RBH number 7 justifies the proposed amendments to the education provision upon, quote unquote, our children deserving to have access to the best educational institutions, both Filipino and foreign, to ensure that they receive the best training to become globally competitive citizens in the modern world, end of quote. During the Senate subcommittee hearings on resolution number 6 on 20 February, several resource persons welcomed the idea of liberalizing capital restrictions on education. At the same time, it appeared that the concerns of foreign national institutions with regard to setting up extension campuses were not primarily related to present ownership limits, but the viability of their potential investment. Further, The proposals that were met with enthusiasm in the said hearing, such as twinning arrangement, research collaboration, and industry partnerships, relied less on direct investment by foreign educational institutions, but more on increasing the capacity of Philippine universities so that they can be attractive partners to the top universities in the world. This suggests, notwithstanding much needed legislative reforms through the Transnational Higher Education Act, the higher education sector may benefit from a clear and comprehensive regulatory framework that would enable their engagement with the rest of the world. In the particular case of the university and other state-funded institutions, reforms in procurement, their ability to hire foreign faculty, and visas for student and faculty, to name a few, require action that may be beyond amending the Constitution. That is, statutory and regulatory reform. Discussions on amending the constitutions are ongoing in earnest within the university, without taking a strong position for now for or against the amendments. Congress is not precluded from innovatively interpreting present constitutional constraints to further its current policy of globally competitive education. There is precedent for the use of congressional and executive action to usher in a renewed understanding of the Constitution without requiring its formal amendment. For example, Congress' redefinition of public utilities through the Public Service Act opened up several areas of industry previously thought to be closed off to full foreign ownership. Similarly, the Secretary of Justice's opinion that foreigners may invest in certain renewable energy projects without violating the national economy provisions of the state's exclusive ownership over natural resources opened such non-exhaustive resources to greater development with a view to energy self-sufficiency. Pursuant to its coordinate construction of the Constitution, Congress may wish to enact radical legislation that would honor the intent of the ratifiers for an education that serves Filipino interests, but in the present evolving context of global competitiveness. It serves Filipino national interest if we are abreast with world developments. That is, we are international and global in outlook. Free and robust conversations about the Constitution, including possible changes to it, are not only helpful, but essential in a democratic society. As written by Justice Vicente Mendoza, our professor, is present here today, allow me to quote him: taking the Constitution seriously and changing it whenever necessary without changing its essential nature is what the art of free society is about. Frank and transparent discourse on the future of the Constitution should be encouraged and supported, especially in those spaces that are uniquely primed to consider its political, social, and economic ramifications, such as in the University of the Philippines. In keeping with its mandate, the university expresses its readiness to support informed interdisciplinary discussions on constitutional reform. This will be my opening statement. Thank you very much, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Antonio Del Carmen, President of the Philippine Association of Private Schools, Colleges, and Universities.
The chair would like to recognize Mr. Antonio Del Carmen, President of the Philippine Association of Private Schools, Colleges, and Universities. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to our honorable legislators. We are very thankful in behalf of the Philippine Association of Private Schools, Colleges, and Universities, as well as the Coordinating Council of Private Education Associations, or COCOPEA, to be here this morning and share our thoughts and ideas and position on the RBH number 7. No? And if you will allow us, Mr. Chair, may I request our legal counsel, Attorney Manaog, to read our official position paper. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move that we
Floor leader.
recognize Attorney Christine Carmina Manaog of COCOPEA to read their position paper.
Attorney Cristina Carmina Manaog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good
Please
morning
proceed.
to everyone. On behalf of the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations, or COCOPEA, the implications of the proposed amendment, particularly paragraph 2, section 4 of Article 14 of the 1987 Constitution, basically allows foreign individuals or entities to fully own or have more than 40% equity in our higher education institutions. And a law can be passed granting foreign individuals or entities full control and administration over our educational institutions. In effect, the proposed amendment effectively removes, weakens, or circumvents the protection afforded by our Constitution to Philippine educational institutions. While we support initiatives aimed at bolstering foreign investments and economic growth in our country, it should be pursued with due regard to the integrity, interests, and affording protection to our educational institutions and stakeholders. On that note, the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Institutions, or COCOPEA, expresses its opposition to the proposed constitutional amendment, especially paragraph 2, section 4 of Article 14. With respectfully, there is no compelling or urgent reason to amend our Constitution. Allowing full foreign ownership, control, and administration over our educational institutions does not address the immediate issues plaguing the Philippine educational system. If any, this will exacerbate existing issues, especially in the socio-economic inequality and access to education, among others, and it will endanger the viability of our private educational institutions. Our private educational institutions have long been struggling with challenges that impact their sustainability, accessibility, and overall operations, among others. The pandemic has not only exacerbated these challenges, but has shown how fragile and vulnerable our private education sector is. Instead, time and resources should be directed towards addressing these problems in our education institution through proper implementation of our existing laws and government programs. Moreover, we believe that the increased or full foreign ownership of our educational institution will lead to a more heightened, if not inequitable, competition. This is because foreign institutions will have more resources as opposed to our local private schools. And our local private educational institutions, especially our smaller schools, will struggle to compete with larger, well-funded foreign counterparts. Simply put, allowing foreign, fully owned foreign institutions to operate in the Philippines will create an even greater disparity and uneven playing field, ultimately placing our private education institutions at a distinct disadvantage. We believe that instead of allowing foreigners full ownership, control, and administration over our educational institution, we believe that developing a policy framework and regulatory framework that recognizes and emphasizes, and most importantly, operationalizes the complementary roles of our public and private education sectors will greatly contribute to our country's economic growth and even promote investments. Laws, mechanisms, and guidelines, and even incentives can be established that will encourage and facilitate public and private partnerships in education. An equitable environment for both public and private education systems will establish and foster healthy competition and encourage continuous improvement in our education system. It is also important to note that education in the Philippines is overburdened with regulation and bureaucracy, and this encourages potential investors or partners, whether it be local or foreign, from supporting our educational institutions. Streamlining regulations can attract more investment and partnerships, and even strengthen our existing foreign partnerships and linkages between local institutions and foreign institutions. Lastly, it is important to highlight that attracting foreign investments and promoting economic growth and internationalization can be achieved without endangering our private education institutions. If any, by investing in our private education sector and creating an environment that supports its growth, the Philippines can position itself as an attractive destination for foreign investments, ultimately contributing to long-term economic growth and development. On that note, we urge our lawmakers to exercise prudence and foresight in the deliberations of the proposed constitutional amendments, ensuring that the interests of Philippine education and the Filipino people are adequately safeguarded. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Christine Manaog of Legal Counsel of COCOPEA. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize Dr. Robert Roleda of De La Salle University.
The chair would like to recognize Dr. Robert Roleda of De La Salle University. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, good morning. I'm appearing before this distinguished body in place of our university president because Brother Bernard Oka, our brother president, is currently in Perth to attend the conference of the Asia Pacific Association for International Education. As provost, I am the chief academic officer of De La Salle University. First of all, allow me to express our gratitude for this invitation to speak before this esteemed body to express our view on the matter of foreign ownership of higher educational institutions. On this matter, the question that is foremost in our mind is what does Philippines hope to achieve by opening up higher education to foreign ownership? This act will open up higher education in the country to profit-oriented foreign individuals and organizations, not just the mission-oriented ones. Is the objective to have more HEIs in the Philippines? As it is, there are already more than 2,000 HEIs in the country, many of which are grappling with low enrollment. Or is it to have better universities in the Philippines? This is indeed a worthy endeavor. But one will have to ask, what will actually bring established universities to the Philippines? Higher education is highly regulated in the country. HEIs need to submit documents to CHED even just to hold activities off campus, like field trips. Permission is required for having OJT abroad, for offering new programs. There are policies, standards, and guidelines memoranda for majority of degree programs. Because of this, curricula are fairly uniform across all universities in the Philippines, but these differ from curricula of foreign universities. If foreign institutions establish branches in the Philippines, will they be subject to the same CHED standards and regulations? If yes, ownership may not suffice to attract the universities to the Philippines. These universities already have established systems and curricula. To require them to conform to CHED standards and regulations will take away the very thing that we hope they will bring to the country. On the other hand, if they will be exempted from TED standards and regulations, why can't the same be accorded to high-performing Philippine institutions? Philippine institutions can become more agile and respond more quickly to the emerging needs of the country if we are unshackled from the regulatory stranglehold of TED and have true autonomy. Philippine institutions need to go through lengthy procedures with immigration, labor, and PRC in order to hire foreign professors. Will professors brought in by the foreign institutions have to follow the same procedures? Ownership should be accompanied by ease of doing business in order for Philippines to attract the right kind of investors. Shouldn't ease of business be accorded not only to foreign institutions, but to Philippine institutions as well? Another thing that we have to keep in mind is that when foreign universities establish a branch in the Philippines, they will almost surely charge fees that are a lot higher than those of Philippine institutions. The education that they will offer will be affordable only to an extremely small number of students. As such, it is unlikely that the presence of foreign institutions in the country will revolutionize Philippine higher education. The country has better chances of achieving this goal by helping Philippine institutions to improve themselves. Enabling Philippine institutions to hire high-caliber foreign professors, for example, will have more significant impact to a greater number of Filipino students than having a foreign institution that caters only to hundreds of students. A third possibility for foreign ownership is in situations where Philippine institutions have limited capability in disciplines that are crucial to the country's economic development. Capacity building, however, in general, should have limited duration. Doing this through partnership between Philippine and established foreign universities may make more sense for the foreign institutions. In our view, foreign ownership alone will not suffice in bringing about a transformation of higher education in the Philippines. Re-examining the regulatory environment and the support structures for Philippine institutions will have a farther-reaching, more long-lasting, and more effective way of making higher education work better for the development of our country. We hope that this expression of our views help enrich the conversation of foreign ownership for the betterment of the Philippines. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Roleda, floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize Mr. Martin van der Linde of the British School of Manila.
The chair would like to recognize Mr. Martin van der Linde, British School, Manila. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat po. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I sit in awe of this esteemed place and the opportunity to share with you. I represent only one school, an international school in the Philippines, and feel unqualified to comment on the on the Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines. However, I do feel that I can share with regards any commitment to improving education and improving the economy of any country. We sit in a unique position as the British School Manila in that our establishment and our existence and operation is recognized through Republic Act 11218 of July 2018. And as a not-for-profit international school are unique in this space. I'm here this morning should there be any further questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. van der Linde. Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Professor Claudine Blair Akyatan.
The chair would like to recognize Professor Claudine Blair Akyatan. Please proceed. Is the good professor inside the plenary hall?
Mr. Chair, allow me to
Yes,
withdraw
Floor
my
Leader.
motion. Our resource person has instead decided to submit a position paper.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I now move that we recognize a former Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, Justice Vicente Mendoza.
The chair would like to,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, please proceed.
distinguished members of the Committee of the Whole House, thank you for the privilege of stating my views on resolution of both houses of Congress number 7. Resolution 7 seeks to amend the Constitution by giving Congress the power to lift the restrictions on the operation of public utilities, educational institutions, and the advertising industry, as these are found in Article 12, Section 11, Article 14, Section 4, Paragraph 2, and Article 16, Section 11, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution, by inserting the proviso unless otherwise provided by law. For example, Mr. Chairman, Article 12, Section 11 provides at present no franchise, certificate, or other form of authorization for the operation of public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens. As amended by Resolution number 7, this provision would read as follows: no franchise, certificate, or other form of authorization for the operation of public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens, unless otherwise provided by law. I have 3 objections to Resolution number 7. First, it gives Congress, as a legislative body, the power of amending or revising the Constitution. It may be argued that if Resolution number 7 is amended, a 4th mode of amending the Constitution or revising it would be added to the present modes of proposing amendments or revisions. It begs the question, however, Mr. Chairman, which is precisely whether the Constitution gives Congress, as a legislative body, the power to amend or revise the Constitution. That is the question. Second, Article 12, Section 11, Article 14, Section 4, Paragraph 2, and Article 16, Section 11, Paragraph 2, which Resolution number 7 seeks to amend, are implementations of fundamental principles and policies found in Article 2, Section 19 of the Constitution, which provides that the state shall develop a self-reliant, and the independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. But how can such national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos be attained if Congress can provide otherwise? If the operation of public utilities, schools, or companies and firms engaged in advertising now in the hands of Filipinos can be open to foreigners by a mere act of the legislative body. Third, I do not mean to say at all that the national economy cannot be opened to foreigners or foreign investors should this become necessary. But if this is to be done, it must be in accordance with the existing provisions of the Constitution, which I submit requires proposals for amendments or revision to be made by Congress in a joint session assembled, the vote of each house to be counted separately, and the proposed amendments or revisions to be submitted to the people for approval or ratification in a plebiscite to be held between 60 and 90 days afterwards. This wise procedure and the safeguards that it provides are wholly lacking in Resolution number 7. In Marbury versus Madison, Mr. Chairman, Chief Justice Marshall said, as a superior paramount law, the Constitution is unchangeable by ordinary legislation. If Resolution number 7 is approved, we would be permitting the amendment of the Constitution by ordinary legislative act. That would be a travesty of the supreme law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Justice Vicente Mendoza. Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Dr. Clarita R. Carlos, former National Security Advisor and retired UP Political Science Professor.
The chair would like to recognize Dr. Clarita R. Carlos. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I have titled my brief presentation as Constitutions as Living Documents, Building Bridges, Not Walls. Our Constitution, or the basic law, reflects the social, economic, political environment at the time it is crafted. Our 1935 Constitution is underpinned by the same philosophy of John Locke, which also underpins the American Constitution, under which we were under the Commonwealth period in 1935. John Locke is a British philosopher who propounded on all the hallmarks of our democracy: the principle of majority rule and the principle that all government authority emanates from the people. Our subsequent constitutions equally echoed the socioeconomic and political configuration at the time of their crafting. Our Constitution contains basic principles which define the roles and responsibilities of the citizen and the roles and responsibilities of the state, the rights and obligations of the state. We have chosen democracy as the basic philosophy of our republic. As John Locke himself avers, human nature is seen as basically good and rational, and therefore the social contract between the governor and the governed is for the latter to preserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We can, of course, distinguish this from other philosopher, Thomas Hobbes, who believes that human nature is basically, well, not good, one of passion, dog eat dog, and therefore would require a dictator, a leviathan, to preserve order by making decisions for the rest of his constituents. So mercifully, we had chosen John Locke instead of Thomas Hobbes. Thus, we assume that among all of us, there is a fundamental consensus that democracy is the best form of government that will bring about the good life that we all desire. Then two, we also assume that the provisions of the Constitution are facilitative and not obstructive or not restrictive. The good life here we define as effective learning. I'm listening to all the resource persons here, my colleagues in the university, and I noticed that we seem to forget that the major outcome that we want is really effective learning. We're talking about administrative structures, we're talking about who will own, who will not own, and the like. But we're not talking about the outcome, which is effective learning. So, are the provisions in our present Constitution facilitative or restrictive? As globalization proceeds, we know that our country cannot not be part of the rest of the 186 countries in the whole world. If our provisions in the Constitution restrict our ability to be part of this globalized world and to be active players therein, then there should be a need to revise our Constitution. As our social scientists have repeatedly demonstrated with empirical evidence, there are chains and shackles in our Constitution which would need removal. As I noted earlier, constitutions are living documents. They are not inert things, and they are not written in granite. They're supposed to reflect the political and economic culture of our times. And therefore, when they are no longer in sync with all these environmental conditions, then we have to think, we have to have a reset, and we have to revise the Constitution. And the Constitution cannot be revised in fragments. I have articulated this position in many, many fora. When you're thinking of an infirm body, then you will have to think of incremental changes. So you cannot change just one part of it and not touch the other parts. It is the same with education. As some of the resource persons here have noted, when you touch the educational administrative structure, then you have to touch subsequent other dimensions of the administration. With all due respect, I disagree with the view that education should only be administered by Filipino citizens. Our commitment, for example, to the ASEAN Economic Community already tells us that it goes into the educational realm. Thus, for many, many years, we already have the ASEAN university networks. So why are we going against these commitments which we have made under the ASEAN move towards not only cooperation, but regional integration? So the question that we should ask is, under what composite of variables will effective learning happen? And I am of the position, the nationality of the owners, of the ones administering or managing our education system, does not matter. Like science, education proceeds as a result of the collision of knowledge claims. Science, which is unfettered by legislative fiat or executive action, is best. So should we have a reset and a rethink of our 1987 Constitution? By every means, yes. Such revision will mean a much better design for achieving the high quality of life which we all desire for everyone else. Let us build bridges to the rest of the world. Let us not build walls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clarita Carlos. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I now move that we recognize Lance Avery Alo, the Deputy National Spokesperson of the National Union of Students of the Philippines.
The chair would like to recognize Lance Avery Alo, Deputy National Spokesperson, National Union of Students of the Philippines. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you for recognizing, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, students want quality education. And we believe that quality education, in the sense that it is nationalist, scientific, and mass-oriented, will be harder to enjoy under foreign ownership, control, and administration. At its current state, we believe that the current education system is colonial, commercialized, and repressive, meaning that it serves the interests of foreign countries and transnational companies. It is seen as a means to generate profit rather than be seen as a social service, and it deprives students of their democratic rights inside their campuses. According to a 2019 article, private school children currently enrolled in grade 1 will have to pay some 365,000 Philippine pesos a year by the time they enter college, if the yearly 7% average annual tuition and other fees increase is considered. In any case, foreign ownership, control, and administration will contribute to worsening the already unsatisfactory state of education in the country. Primarily, it will accelerate the denationalization of education that will lead to the deprioritization or at worst removal of subjects such as Philippine history, culture, language, civics, and many other humanities-related subjects because they are not deemed marketable or advantageous to profit generation. As mentioned by a previous resource speaker, there is a possibility that we will also attract faculty without local expertise. This will be a hindrance to achieving quality education. Needless to say, foreign entities will not invest in education in the Philippines if they do not stand to gain profit. Under this orientation, as it is already happening right now, our schools will be modified to ensure profit and production of cheap and docile labor rather than to achieve the social function of education. The social function of education is to promote social good, even if it is against business interests, to foster critical thinking, even if it means being critical of those in power, and to ask questions, even if it leads to disruption. We can also see that on average, tuition and other fees cost around 150,000 Philippine pesos per year in private higher educational institutions. We also receive reports of increases in tuition and other fees annually, with increases as high as 10%. Assuming that there is a 10% increase in every year in tuition and other fees, in 10 years' time, that same figure will cost at around 389,000 Philippine pesos. Affording this amount is a far reality for the average Filipino. For example, consider how the current minimum wage in NCR is of around 600 pesos. It is only about half of the 1,065 family living wage, or the amount a family of 5 needs per day for a decent living as of July 10, 2021. Even with the presence of free education, families would have to find money for school allowance, fare, textbooks, etc. Forming many families to not prioritize sending their children to schools, or compelling even those who have already started schooling to stop midway. State universities and colleges can only accommodate and do so much with the limited funding that they have. They are also limited in numbers, since out of the 2,421 higher educational institutions in the Philippines, only 692 are public, while the remaining 1,729 are privately owned. Opening our schools to foreign ownership will only make the situation worse because it will lead to more commercialization. According to the 1987 Constitution in Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, education is a basic human right. In order for such a right to be fully realized, it should not be commodified. There is a mispriority when, according to the World Bank, only 1 out of 10 students who enroll in grade 1 will be able to finish college, and our answer is the relaxation of our constitutional protections. There is a mispriority when there is a learning crisis, and our answer is to attract foreign direct investments. There is a mispriority when students such as Cristel Tejada are forced to make a difficult decision between their life and their studies because they cannot afford the rising cost of education, and our answer is to sell our education sector to foreign entities. We should not turn a blind eye to what the youth sector is experiencing and to what the students are saying. We have made it very clear education is not for sale, especially not of foreign business interests. Thank you.
Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum, Chairperson of the Constitutional Reform and Rectification for Economic Competitiveness and Transformation. Correct movement. So move, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum, Chairperson of Constitutional Reform and Rectification for Economic Competitiveness and Transformation Movement. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask that my presentation, which is a short one, please be put on the screen so that everyone can see.
Chair directs the Secretariat to please flash, is that the one?
Okay,
The
thank you.
presentation of Mr. Dumdum.
Okay, thank you. It's on the screen. Thank you very much. All right, so I represent the correct movement, and because of although my movement is talking about many different reforms, 3 different reforms, we shall really speak only about opening up to foreign direct investors, and in particular for today, opening up the education sector to foreign universities and higher education institutions. So let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, so let me just talk about the fact that there are several foreign universities in Singapore, and I was living in Singapore for so many years, more than 20 years. I just got back last January. We have in Singapore the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, not university, MIT. We've got the Johns Hopkins University. We've got the Georgia Technological University. We've got the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business. We've got the Institut Européen d'Administration des Affaires, otherwise known as INSEAD. And we have the University of Pennsylvania Wharton Business School. So all these have campuses in Singapore. And the important thing to note is these foreign universities do not cater purely to just Singaporean students, but they also attract a huge number of international students. So yeah, this is a very important thing to note. Let's move to the next slide, please. Right next door to Singapore is Malaysia, the country that Singapore used to be a part of back in the early 1960s. They have foreign universities there as well, and they have quite a lot of them. Let's talk about Curtin University, which is an Australian university originally based in Perth. They have one in Sarawak. They have Monash University in Selangor, which again, Monash University is another Australian university originally in Melbourne. Swinburne University of Technology, found in Sarawak, also an originally Australian university found also in Melbourne. University of Nottingham, Malaysia, found in Selangor. This is a British university. Heriot Watt University, Malaysia, Putrajaya, also a British one. Newcastle University of Medicine, Malaysia, in Edu City, Johor, also British. I just wanted to add, Edu City is a city in Johor that was built primarily as an education hub. So it was nothing before. It was basically just land that was basically not used. And then they attracted foreign universities to come there. Hence it became Edu City. Next to that is University of Southampton, again, another British university, found in Malaysia and is also located in Edu City in Johor. There's the University of Reading, Malaysia, also found in Edu City in Johor. So again, this Edu City was meant to really attract a lot of educational institutions. There is also the Xiamen University, which is basically from China, the south of China in Fujian province, the hometown of many of our Filipino Chinese. It is found in Selangor, the state of Selangor. And then they also have the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland and the University of College Dublin, Malaysia campus in Penang. All of these foreign universities in Malaysia are, again, just like in Singapore, not meant to cater purely to just Malaysian students, but are also meant to attract a lot of international students to come in. So that's an important note. Next, let's move to the next slide. Foreign universities in Vietnam. RMIT, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. Again, Swinburne University of Technology, which was found in Malaysia. They also have a campus in Vietnam. Staffordshire University, a British one. By the way, the first two are obviously Australian. Staffordshire is British. The next one, University of Sutherland, is British. And the last, University of Troy, is actually an American university. And just imagine that. This is Vietnam we're talking about, the country that the Americans were fighting against back in the 1960s and 70s. So again, these universities are largely meant for Vietnamese students who, instead of wishing to move to expensive first world countries, can stay in their own country but enjoy foreign education taught by foreign professors. They don't need to leave. They don't need to spend so much money. It's cheaper to study in Vietnam. But these universities also attract foreigners, foreign students, in the same way that Singapore and Malaysia have done so. Okay, let's move to the next slide, please. All right. Key advantages of hosting foreign universities in the Philippines. I think it's a little too small, but I'll just read them anyway. Number one, Filipino students who wish to earn foreign degrees and gain a foreign education need not spend so much money to live far away in an expensive foreign land. Tuition fees may even be cheaper in the Philippine campus than in the original campus found in the first world country of origin. Number two, the Philippines can gain crucial foreign currency by attracting foreign students to come to the Philippines and study in these internationally renowned foreign universities while living and spending money in the Philippines, thus contributing to our economy. Number three, foreign educational institutions will hire local Filipinos as support staff, creating numerous job opportunities, as well as creating new economic business opportunities. For example, canteen operators will obviously be from among Filipino businesses. They will also need to hire security guards. They will need to hire maybe school buses or shuttle bus operators. These will be Filipino businesses who will fill in that gap. Number four, foreign educational institutions that locate their campuses in rural areas will inject new economic activity in otherwise sleepy towns and areas. So this is an added plus on how we can develop our countryside to become more urbanized, to be able to attract more people to work there and live there, and thus inject life into an area that was otherwise sleepy. Number five, foreign educational institutions will cross-fertilize our general education sector with new knowledge, insights, and providing exposure to global best practices due to partnerships and linkages. So, Your Honors, this is not just about providing competition. You know, when the foreign universities come in, they may, yes, provide competition to our local universities, but at the same time, there will be linkages and partnerships. And so this is one of the things that can help our local education industry. Okay. Next slide, please. All right. Again, it's quite small, but these came from websites that talk about the presence of international universities in both Vietnam and Malaysia. I'll read the one on the left and then read the one on the right. In the one on the left, this is a Vietnamese website called vietnambriefing.com, and it explains that students have the opportunity to study in an international environment with high quality teaching and can get an international diploma. Most of the training content is provided by the partner universities, basically the foreign ones, and taught by foreign lecturers with the same techniques they use in their home countries. Also, with the curriculum and learning environment entirely in English, students can also develop their professional English skills. This is a Vietnamese website talking about the advantages of bringing in these foreign universities into Vietnam. Okay? And the next one on the right is coming from educationmalaysia.gov.my. So it's a government website. It says here, get the best of international education in Malaysia by enrolling at the Malaysian branch campus of a foreign university. Malaysia took a step forward in internationalization of higher education by opening its doors for reputable foreign universities to set up their campuses in Malaysia. Currently, there are 10 foreign branch campuses that originate from Australia, United Kingdom, Ireland, and China. These universities, some of which are in the top 100 of the QS World University Rankings, offer programs identical in structure and content to those at their home campuses. Enrolling at a foreign branch campus in Malaysia is good value for money, where despite saving up to 40% on tuition fees and living costs, you will still get the same qualification as those studying in the home campus abroad. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, your honors, there are many good reasons to actually have foreign universities set up their campuses in the Philippines. And I said that earlier in one of the other slides. So that's basically it. This is a relatively short presentation from me. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I now move that we recognize Ms. Angeli Marie Rodenas of the College Editors Guild of the Philippines.
Madam Mardenas is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, all the honorable members of the House, and all the guests present today. I am Jiro Danos, Deputy Spokesperson of the College Editors Guild of the Philippines, the sole and broadest alliance of student publications in the Asia-Pacific since 1931. Our education system faces yet another assault: foreign ownership of educational institutions. As primary stakeholders, whose futures are at full stake, we stand on our ground. This is a treachery to the Filipino people, and this deprives us of our collective identity and future. We stand in opposition to any amendment on the education provisions of the 1987 Constitution, particularly to paragraph 2, section 4 of Article 14 that seeks to open the full ownership of schools to foreign investors. Because one, it undermines our nationalist values and principles and the long history of Filipino struggle for independence and liberation. Second, it is baseless and detached from the recommendations of government agencies and education experts. And third, it misplaces priorities, deviating from genuine resolution from persisting education woes. Protectionist constitutional provisions in the education, which limit foreign-owned equity in educational institutions to 40%, are necessary to protect the nationalist interest of Filipinos amidst the pressure to submit to international market forces. This is against the backdrop of the perceived trend to liberalize trade and the need to service the ballooning debt of the country left by the excesses of the first Marcos dictatorship. These policies, contrary to claims of narrow-sightedness and exclusion, were crucial in the actualization of the greater Filipinization agenda to prioritize the development of Filipinos amid the challenges of globalization. The 1987 Constitutional Commission allowed foreign equity, but with the intention to transition to full Filipino ownership as provided in the clause. The Congress may, however, require increased Filipino equity participation in all educational institutions. Healthcare worker and educator Minda Luz Quesada, one of CONCOM's 6 women commissioners, raised the fundamental principle for the formulation of the aforementioned provision on education. She said, and I quote, "The underlying principle that the committee was guided by is the recognition that education is a very vital mechanism for inculcating and developing the concept of nationalism. That once Filipinos do not have the effective control in this particular dimension of our societal life, then we can never learn to become self-reliant, and there will always be this subservient and colonial mentality that is characteristic of our citizenship. I think that should help us now look at education as a very vital instrument for the liberation that we're talking about, the total liberation and development of the Filipino," end quote. Her statement may be dated, but it remains relevant in the stride toward fostering genuine nationalism and combating colonial mentality which hampered her efforts toward nation building. And we see the same colonial mentality manifesting in speculations that this limits us to localized perspectives and restrains the potential of our children to see a bigger worldview because we believe that a truly nationalist Filipino education can be just as enriching, if not more. If Congress is truly concerned with improving the quality of education in the country, then it must run a full review of all major assessments and recommendations from expert studies, including those commissioned by the government itself. In the past 30 years, several assessments have been deployed with the objective of understanding the ills of the education system and responding to them accordingly. Among these are Making Education Work, the report of the Congressional Commission on Education, EDCOM of 1991, the 1998 Philippine Basic Education Sector Studies by World Bank, the Presidential Commission on Education Report of 2000, the UNDP Human Development Reports, the Education Outcomes in the Philippines by the Asian Development Bank, the Roadmap for Higher Education Reform by CHED in 2012, the Philippine Education for All Review of DepEd in 2015, the Public Education Expenditure Tracking and Quantitative Service Delivery of World Bank and USAID in 2016, the 2020 review of the mandate, functions, management, systems, and processes of agencies in the executive branch education sector commissioned by the Department of Budget and Management, the 2024 report of the Second Congressional Commission on Education. And what strikes us is among all these assessments, none have recommended the removal of any of the provisions limiting foreign equity in the sector. In fact, EDCOM 1 and EDCOM 2 were established 30 years apart, but they reflect, if not restate, the same findings. Philippine education is in a state of chronic crisis, and decades of reforms have been insufficient to address this plague at its very core. Furthermore, persisting problems in the education system, such as the growing inaccessibility of education services, inadequacy of public spending for education, insufficiency of necessary learning infrastructures and resources, and stagnation of the quality of teacher education, among others, require more serious attention by Congress. This, against charter change, should be prioritized. One glaring piece of evidence is the consistent underspending of the government on education, way less than the UNESCO recommended 6% of the GDP benchmark education budget. The enactment of RA 10931, or the Universal Access to Tertiary Education Act, supposedly is a stride in democratizing access to tertiary education. However, it has only benefited a limited percentage of the economically disadvantaged population of the Philippines because 88% of higher education institutions in the Philippines are privately owned. Easing restrictions on foreign ownership will only heighten the commercialization of this crucial social service and further justify the inadequacy of government funding for education. Apparently, the government must face the truth. Charter change and foreign ownership will never solve the lingering education crisis. Decades of short-sighted and detached frameworks and plans have utterly failed to root the causes of this malady in the system. This is furthered by a leadership hesitant to acknowledge genuine solutions. Strengthening our school's public character, together with a competent and qualified leadership and stakeholder-centered management. But as long as Ferdinand Marcos Jr. remain alienated from the objective truth on the ground and stick to Band-Aid Chacha, the government will only commit treachery against the Filipino people, and this will further deprive us, the youth, of our collective identity and future. Mr. Chair, I believe I've made my stance.
Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader, sorry.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Angeli Marie Rodenas, the Deputy Spokesperson of College Editors Guild of the Philippines. Mr. Sadat was there. I withdraw that motion, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Eduardo Araral, the Associate Professor of the Lee Kuan Yew Schools of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. He will join us via Zoom.
Mr. Eduardo Araral, Associate Professor of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore is recognized. You are in the Zoom, sir? You recognize, sir?
To
Please
the
proceed, sir.
honorable members of the House Committee. Thank you for your invitation today. Mr. Chair, my brief presentation is about Vietnam and why it can attract FDIs. And then I will touch on the importance of opening up our higher education to foreign investment. Next slide. My message, Mr. Chairman, is simple. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, if I can ask the Secretariat to flash my PowerPoint slides. Thank you.
Technical staff, would you please please proceed for the presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I said, I will focus my presentation on the case of Vietnam, and I will touch on the importance of opening up the higher education sector. Next slide, please. The key message I have today, Mr. Chairman, is that removing the restrictive provisions, restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution is necessary, but not a sufficient condition. Reform should be done simultaneously. I support the position taken by the provost of the Salle University that there are many reforms that should be taken, but I also support the position of Chair Popoy de Vera that the Philippine government should also offer a lot of incentives for foreign universities to come to the country. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, this slide is a very telling story of how far Vietnam has already left us. In 2008, I started to work in Vietnam as a lecturer and a consultant. I had over 1,000 CP Vietnamese officials in my class. They asked me a lot of questions about the drivers of economic development, among many others. Back then, Vietnam was still relatively poor. Today, Vietnam has already overtaken the Philippines in many ways. And as you can see from the graph, Vietnam is able to attract 24 times foreign direct investments compared to the Philippines. Last year, Vietnam managed to attract $24 billion. You can see from below how low the FDI flow in the Philippines is. Next slide, please. This slide shows us that Vietnam's GDP growth rate has grown at least 2.5 times over the last annually over the last 20 years. You can see that Vietnam has been growing over at least 7% in the last 20 years. In the Philippines, we struggle to get over 3% annually. As a result of this, Vietnam's GDP per capita is now about $4,200 US, compared to the Philippines, $3,700. Next slide. So the question is, why is Vietnam attractive to FDIs? And this is also related to their education system. Let me start by saying that most of FDIs in Vietnam go to their manufacturing sector, in the electronics, garments, and so on. Vietnam is the manufacturing hub of some of the world's biggest brands. Vietnam has very competitive wages, from its low-skilled workers in their shoes and factories to their software engineers. And this is made possible because, Mr. Speaker, Vietnam has managed to control their inflation over the last 10 years. The average is below 3%. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the software engineer in Vietnam earns at least about $10,000 US compared to $40,000 US in China. So this makes Vietnam very, very attractive to these foreign companies. Next slide, please. And this one is related to the topic for today. The why Vietnam is able to attract a lot of investments is partly because of its highly educated workforce. If you look at the PISA scores, 33% of the scores of Vietnamese students is 33% higher than Philippine students in areas of math, science, and reading. Their public education is world-class. 30% of students in Vietnam take STEM majors versus 23% in the Philippines. And of those 23% in the Philippines who enroll in STEM courses, only 21% complete their STEM courses. And of those who complete, not even few of them actually work in the STEM area. And in the field of engineering and manufacturing and construction, Vietnam produces at least 100,000 graduates every year. In the Philippines, we produce 50,000 engineers a year, but only 50% or 25,000 manage to qualify for the board. And in Vietnam, they send 132,000 students to study abroad to countries like Japan, South Korea, US, and Australia, mainly through their overseas branches, as my friend Orion Perez has already alluded to. Compare this to about 50,000 in the Philippines. Mr. Chair, most of the students, Vietnamese students who study abroad, they study STEM subjects as well. And as Orion also mentioned, 100% Vietnam allows for 100% foreign-owned universities, including the renowned Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. Next slide, please. But it's not only education. In Vietnam, they get 50% cheaper electricity compared to the Philippines. That's because 75% of their source of electricity come from cheap sources such as coal and hydropower. You compare that with the Philippines, Mr. Chairman, that's the reason why our electricity is twice more expensive than that of Vietnam. And cheaper electricity means they can attract a lot of companies for the manufacturing sector. In addition, Mr. Chair, Vietnam offers very competitive corporate taxes. While we were offering 30% in the last few years before CREATE, Vietnam was already offering 20%. So they're 33% cheaper in terms of their taxes. And as a result of this 20% tax rate, Mr. Chair, FDI in Vietnam increased significantly since 2016. And of course, they also offer friendly incentives. Most of the FDIs, Mr. Chair, are export-oriented. In 2023, Vietnam exported $345 billion in exports, 345. That's almost 75% of the Philippine economy. And 38% of these exports are in the field of electronics. So as you can see, FDI, Mr. Chair, in Vietnam is driven by exports. And FDIs come to Vietnam for good taxes, good electricity, highly competitive workforce, infrastructure. But there's also another reason, Mr. Chair, why FDIs go to Vietnam. And this is, they have developed highly integrated supply chain. They follow Singapore's formula of get the big fish and the small fish will come. So as you can see, all the major electronic manufacturing companies in the world use Vietnam as their hub. For example, Samsung accounts for 28% of the total Vietnamese economy, and that is only one company, 28%. And mind you, probably most of the Samsung products that we use nowadays is also produced in Vietnam. And that's part of the reason, and a good reason for that is because the Vietnamese workforce is highly competent, highly productive, and their wages are also very competitive. Next slide. Last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, is Vietnam's proximity to China. But that's not the only reason. A lot of Chinese companies or American companies are moving out of China and they're moving to Vietnam as a result of this trade war. But that's not the only reason. In my studies, Mr. Chairman, I also found out that corruption in Vietnam is also high, but corruption is not a deterrent to the flow of FDIs in the country. And I have seen many other examples of this. Last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, the Vietnamese are very obsessed with the GDP growth rate. And the survival of their prime minister depends mainly on GDP growth. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to answer the questions from the floor, not only on Vietnam, but also I'm happy to respond to questions related to higher education in Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lloyd Manango, Vice Chairperson, League of Filipino Students.
Mr. Lloyd Banango is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will now read the position paper of the League of Filipino Students regarding this issue. The League of Filipino Students opposes the proposal in the resolution of both houses, number 7, that seek to amend the protectionist policies in the Philippine Constitution of 1987. This resolution, by including the phrase unless otherwise stated by law in key provisions, will allow future legislation to bypass restrictions on foreign ownership of educational institutions in the 1987 Constitution. The Marcos Jr. administration's economic charter change follows a misguided neoliberal logic that has plagued the Philippine economy for generations. Since the neoliberal shift in the 1970s, the Philippine government has progressively reduced restrictions on import quotas, tariffs, and foreign ownership provisions. However, this has not led to any significant improvements in the economy and the living conditions of ordinary Filipinos. In an effort to attract more foreign investments, the Philippine government has adopted a hands-off approach when it comes to the operations of foreign business enterprises in the country. Special economic zones illustrate the government's strong push for foreign direct investments. In order to incentivize the influx of foreign capital, the government provides numerous benefits for multinational and transnational corporations in special economic zones, including tax breaks. While traditionally marketed towards subsidiaries of foreign manufacturing companies, special economic zones will soon serve to attract foreign-owned and foreign-operated higher educational institutions with the proposed amendments of the Constitution. A study conducted by the British Council, which also cited the experience of Malaysia and Singapore, recommends the establishment of transnational higher education hubs, which are essentially special economic zones for foreign-owned schools. This will give them autonomy from government monitoring and regulation, grant tax incentives, and allow them to increase tuition and other school fees at will. This becomes very troublesome considering the record of labor rights violations by foreign companies in special economic zones. Multinational corporations in SEZs are perpetrators of mass layoffs, union busting, and cases of repression against striking workers. The rampant labor rights violations in SEZs suggest that there is no guarantee that the democratic rights of students, including the right to free speech, right to association, right to peaceful assembly, will be respected in transnational higher education hubs. Mr. Chair, we argue that the education system in our country is already deregulated, and we need more regulation, not less. Higher education institutions in the country already benefit from a high level of autonomy. The regulation measures from state agencies, particularly the Commission on Higher Education, have led to the rampant violation of constitutionally protected democratic rights inside even the most prestigious universities and colleges in the country. Sa amin pong consultation and research across the country, we have compiled a partial list of 13 cases of students' rights violations, including censorship of student publication, red tagging of student activists, harassment and expulsion of students attending protests. Ngayon po, nakikita po natin na yung Commission on Higher Education ay wala pong nagagawa para i-guarantee na nare-respeto yung karapatan ng mga estudyanteng Pilipino sa loob ng mga Filipino-owned schools. Paano pa po pagkaharap na po nila ay mga foreign-owned schools na mas deregulated? Aside from democratic rights violations, the foreign-owned higher educational institutions may also lead to further commercialization of education in the Philippines. The Education Act of 1982 already transformed the Commission on Higher Education into a stamp pad for higher education institutions seeking to increase tuition and other school fees almost annually. CHED is already powerless against Filipino-owned universities and colleges. What more when dealing with deregulated foreign-owned institutions? For all the mentioned benefits of foreign-owned higher education institutions, we must remember that these are businesses. Certainly, gagamitin nila yung mga ibibigay nating relaxation of restrictions and deregulatory measures para tuloy-tuloy na magtaas ng tuition and other school fees at mag-amas ng mas malaking profits taon-taon. In the Philippines, for the past 2 decades, tuloy-tuloy na nagtataas ang tuition and other school fees sa mga Filipino-owned universities. Dahil ito sa deregulation ng CHED, wala siyang ginagawa para mapigilan ang tuloy-tuloy na pagtaas ng tuition and other school fees. It is clear that the economic charter change and the foreign ownership of schools will only make education more inaccessible to Filipinos. We urge our distinguished lawmakers to prioritize the right to education of Filipinos, one that is accessible to all and serves the interests of our country. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize Professor Jose Monfred C. from Teachers and Education Workers Against Chacha.
Professor Jose Manfred C. of the University of the Philippines. You
Thank you.
recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all our honorary congresspersons here in our hearing. Again, I am Monsi from the University of the Philippines, and I'm also representing the Congress of Teachers and Educators for Nationalism and Democracy, or CONTEND, UP, as a part of the Alliance Teachers, Education Workers, and Academics Against Charter Change, or TEACH. And I'm going to read to you now our position paper as regards to the charter change. This is the education sector stakeholders position paper on Chacha, aimed at opening Philippine schools to prospective 100% foreign ownership as contained in resolution of both houses, RBH number 7. May I request the congressional staff to present our position paper? Again, I request the congressional staff, maybe we can flash our paper as I will be showing a few visual information to our congresspersons.
To our technical staff, please proceed to your presentation.
Of course, we are various education sector stakeholders united under the banner of the Board Alliance, Teachers, Education Workers, and Academics Against Charter Change, or TEACH. And we stand united against current moves to amend the 1987 Constitution, especially those aimed at opening schools to prospective 100% foreign ownership on the following grounds. Firstly, opening up Philippine schools to 100% foreign ownership will reverse the very little progress that we have achieved away from neocolonialism and will restore what our national hero Jose Rizal in chapter 7 of El Filibusterismo was called as cadenas mas duras que el diamante, or the chains harder than diamond, chains of colonialism, he means in the novel, imposed by colonial education, which will be certainly reimposed by Chacha's 100% foreign ownership agenda. Opening up Philippine schools to 100% foreign ownership does not and will not resolve the current education crisis, which in our case is caused by decades of insufficient public funding for education. As you can see there in our presentation, figures 1 and 2, maybe we could zoom in to those graphs. Low salaries for teachers, perennial backlogs in instructional materials and facilities, including classrooms, libraries, barangay reading centers, internet connection, etc., stunting and malnutrition among our children, to name just a few of our many perennial problems. Maybe we could go to figure number 1. I just want to show you something, because earlier in our hearing, we saw quite a long list of foreign universities that have established their own campuses in other countries in Southeast Asia. And if we actually look at our data, we can see that these countries have also high spending for their public education. No? So for example, kanina we saw Singapore with many foreign universities in Singapore, but we also see Singapore having a big public spending for their public education. And we also see Singapore public universities in the top list of rankings for universities. So it's not the quality of education. What we mean here is not related to any foreign presence of universities in the Philippines. Rather, it is about improving our own system of education in the country. So figure 1 there shows the mathematics performance of different countries across the world. Figure 2 would be showing the reading competence of the world. As you can see, Philippines would be at the bottom rung of this graph. We are on the bottom left of this graph, showing that we have little spending for our reading competence in the Philippines, and we also have little reading competence because of that. So we can draw that conclusion that little public spending on our education system also entails poor quality of education. As we go to the other data that we have in our position paper, we also see the low salaries of our teachers in comparison to other countries in the world, some of which have higher qualities of education and are entering world rankings in terms of tertiary education. And then in figure 4, we also see the very poor procurement of learning materials in our schools. And it is always a wonder for us in Teach, in our alliance, how we can discuss all of these issues about inviting foreign universities to be in the Philippines when our own education system is at a loss. No, our own students currently don't have access to educational materials. Rather than open up our schools to foreign ownership, the Philippine government should be reminded that improving the quality of Philippine education is a state obligation. Opening up Philippine schools to 100% foreign ownership will only further worsen the commercialization of our education system, as foreign corporations are known to be very profit-oriented in nature and will have no care whatsoever for our country's achievement of quality education and development. Cautionary tales on foreign control of certain schools in countries such as India, Kenya, Liberia, Nigeria, and Uganda have been documented. We have a lot of studies by Wadekar and Grimm in 2023, Reap and Machakek in 2016, and a number of other studies proving that foreign presence in the education sector of these universities did not help improve the quality of education. The Philippines' own experience with transnational educational corporations are also generally negative. Foreign corporations will not invest to improve the quality of education, but rather only to earn quick bucks, to our education system's further detriment. In fact, typical prospectuses of such foreign entities clearly state that profit is their main goal. For example, we can see U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission 2015. Opening up Philippine schools to 100% foreign ownership is also tantamount to treason, as it means surrendering our education system to foreigners who don't know anything about the root causes of our education crisis and whose only agenda is to squeeze profits out of Filipino families' pockets. This is something that is not so different when Americans first came to the Philippines in 1898, and in 1901 passed Act Number 74, which introduced the Department of Public Instruction in the Philippines, introducing American educators and educational institutions in the country. So, in other words, it's not that different from colonialism, from our colonial history. Opening up the education system to 100% foreign ownership may also force some small and medium-sized private schools to shut down, which can consequently cause labor layoffs and displacement of students, especially in areas that are underserved by public schools. Genuine global competitiveness means that our students are able to learn what typical students in other countries learn and does not require 100% foreign ownership, but rather good management and optimal use of our resources to continuously improve our educational system, partly by benchmarking with global standards and at the same time ensuring that the education system is responsive to our community's needs and primarily meant to serve our own national development, rather than foreign corporations' greed for profits and needs for migrant workers. We can still engage in internationalization, of course, but without the 100% foreign ownership of schools, by engaging in mutually beneficial academic linkages, faculty and student exchange, studying abroad to focus on best practices which we can adopt if applicable to the Philippine situation. As Renato Constantino, a very famous historian, I'm sure that some of you have already read him, has emphasized in the classic pamphlet, Miseducation of the Filipino, a required reading in our history classes. Education must both be seen not as an acquisition of information, but as the making of man, so that he may function most effectively and usefully within his own society. Therefore, education cannot be divorced from the society of a definite country at a definite time. It is a fallacy to think that educational goals should be the same as everywhere in the world, and that therefore what goes into the making of a well-educated American is the same as what should go into the making of a well-educated Filipino. This would be true only if the two societies were at the same political, cultural, and economic level and had the same political, cultural, and economic goals. And in our case in the Philippines, it is clear that ours is still a developing nation whose political, cultural, and economic goals are very distinct from those of the developed nations, such as the US, Singapore, etc., where many of the supposed foreign investors might come. Hence, we cannot put our education system into the hands of foreign corporations. The framers of the 1987 Constitution were right to nurture the Philippinization of the country's education system and to set clear limits on foreign ownership of schools in our country. As Commissioner Chito Gascon has noted, the basic principles or the basic principle that we would like to assure is that educational institutions play a role in instilling values and consequently the molding of public opinion. So basically, the intent when we speak of educational institutions being wholly owned by Filipinos is that in the rearing of Filipino citizens, Filipino values are encouraged, not foreign ones. Within this context, foreign ownership of Philippine schools means allowing foreigners to tragically impose their own values and ways of thinking to our citizens. Conversely, Commissioner Wilfredo Villacorta emphasized that putting our schools in the hands of our fellow Filipinos is really to ensure that schools do not lose sight of their Filipino character. It is born out of the experience of many schools that when Filipinos took over, there seems to have been an improvement in the social orientation and nationalistic content of the schools. As the economist Alejandro Licauco remarked in his book, Towards a New Economic Order and the Conquest of Mass Poverty, inculcating intense nationalism is among the primary ingredients of an educational system that works for our national development. This is something which foreign corporations won't and can't inculcate as it goes against their dominance in the neocolonial setup where our country is still trapped. Hence, rather than use precious public funds for pointless and non-exhaustive Chacha hearings, Congress should utilize public funds for urgent steps needed to improve the quality of education, such as increasing the salaries of our teachers, reducing class sizes, because really we are very much tired in the big class sizes that we are handling in public universities, colleges, and schools. Supplying at least one textbook per subject, per student in all levels, and building enough classrooms, libraries, barangay reading centers, and other educational institutions for our students and communities at the very least. Further, we also stand against similar moves to do away with foreign ownership limitations in various sectors of the economy, such as public utilities, advertising, and also warn against the possibility of dynasty-backed political chacha that could remove term limits, destroy or weaken existing checks and balances, for example, wiping out the Senate in favor of a rubber-stamped dynasty-led unicameral parliament, or even delete the constitutional ban on political dynasties. We urge the House of Representatives and the Senate to exercise caution and listen to various stakeholders' inputs on Chacha, rather than allow themselves to become witting or even unwitting instruments of the most powerful dynasties and foreign business lobbyists. This position paper is signed by the different members of TEACH, including Union ng mga Guro sa PUP, High School Faculty Association, St. Scholastica's College, Manila, Faculty Regent, Carl Mark Ramota of the University of the Philippine System, Dr. David Michael San Juan, President of the Association of Faculty and Educators of the LSU, Teacher Erlinda Alfonso, President of the Quezon City Public School Teachers Association, Dr. Franz Gialogo, Lead Convener of Tanggol Kasaysayan and former National Historian, myself, Jose Monfred C. and Gabriel Ganyo of the Congress of Teachers Educators for Nationalism and Democracy or Contend, Teacher Sonia Tumalabcad of Tanggol Kasaysayan Public Schools, Patricia Villa of PUP Center for Public Administration and Governance Studies, Paulo Villar of the PUP Center for Peace, Social Justice and Human Rights Studies, Mrs. Perlita Rania of the All UP Academic Employees Union. She is the president at the moment. Faculty Regent Ramir Cruz of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Secretary General Raymond Basilio of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers Philippines, Dr. Roel Madula, Chairperson of Alliance of Concerned Teachers Philippines Private Schools, Teacher Ruby Bernardo, President of ACT NCR Union, Dr. Vladimir Gonzalez, Convenor of Tanggol Wika, and Teacher Vladimir Cueta, National Chairperson of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers Philippines. Thank you very much for listening to our position paper.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize Professor Eric Daniel Torres, the Executive Director of the Local Government Development Institute.
Professor Eric Daniel de Torres, the Executive Director of Land Local Government Development Institute, is recognized. You
Thank you
recognize,
very
sir?
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity you had given us. I actually have 4 points in consideration. Number one, in the advent of globalization, if you notice, both basic and higher education institution in the country strive through the years to follow international standards and be at par with these international schools in terms of the following: curriculum, instruction, faculty qualification, research, and the like. With regard to the said matter, the question is, why not allow international schools to enter in our country? The second one is the competitiveness of our students, of our graduates, so to speak, that when they go and study abroad, there is a recognition that they have had quality education and graduated from very good schools in our country. The third point is the rising cost of education in both private and higher education institutions through the years. Particularly in the private sector, this would somehow looking at it as such that if and when we open up and allow these educational institutions to enter into our country, international education institutions enter our country, this will somehow compel the existing private, both private and higher education institutions to somehow adjust also their fees and their rates so as to make their tuition fees more accessible on the part of our students. And lastly, by amending Section 4, Article 12 of the current 1987 Constitution, this would allow and give us opportunities of several things. Number one, transfer of technology and improvement of curriculum, quality of instruction. Number two, students being globally competitive. Number three, allow competition that could somehow compel private schools from both basic and private schools to lower down the cost of their tuition fees. And lastly, development of skills and learning of our both students as well as faculty members and teachers in our schools. So with that, yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Dr. Tirso Ronquillo, the President of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges.
Dr. Tirso A. Ronquillo, President of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges. Pasok. Is recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members of this chamber. On behalf of the 113 state universities and colleges across the country, this representation humbly submits this position that summarizes the insights, comments, and perspective of SUCs on the resolution of both houses of Congress, specifically on Article 14, Section 4, Paragraph 2. We are deeply honored and privileged to be part of this important legislative process. At the outset, let me state that generally, state universities and colleges expressed their agreement to amend Article 14, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines with clarifications and recommendation as per resolution passed by the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges in its special meeting on March 4, 2024. The state universities and colleges' genuine interest to rationalize its support to the proposed amendments put forward the following insights, comments, and perspective. Greater foreign participation in the Philippine higher education system shall strengthen internationalization and academic standards. Foreign ownership, control, and administration, especially in higher education, can bring diverse global perspective to the Philippine education system, which can enable Filipinos, while in our own country, to be exposed to different cultures, ideas, and practices, further enriching their academic experience considered pivotal in a globally interconnected world. The proposed amendments would make the education system more adaptable and responsive to current social and economic realities. It will pave the way for boundaryless education and internationalization. We firmly believe that integrating internationalization into our educational framework will significantly enhance the quality of education by incorporating best practices from established, internationally recognized institutions. This paradigm shift towards internationalization hold immense potential to benefit future generations, fostering a global perspective and promoting diversity with educational paradigms. It will catalyze the establishment of more higher education institutions, providing greater opportunities for Filipinos and other nationalities as well. Given that the cost of education is relatively lower when compared with other countries, the Philippines will be the destination of choice for some foreign students. With sufficient measures to safeguard the interests of the Filipinos, it is expected to bring more good than harm to the Philippine education system. This will foster diversity and exchange of cultural values, global competence of Philippines, HEIs, international networking and opportunities, and cultural diplomacy. Also, it poses no threat to the constitutional mandates of higher education institutions, for although the foreign ownership of the schools may be more than its Filipino ownership, the regulation on the offered programs, primarily on the curriculum, remain with the Commission on Higher Education. We agree on the limitation on foreign ownership suggested only for basic education institutions. Foreign ownership will help provide much needed capitalization for private higher education institutions, which will in turn unburden the state universities and colleges from its burgeoning student population. Along with this, the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges put forward the following clarificatory statements and specific recommendations in support of the proposed amendments. First, should this proposed amendment be adopted, both houses should pass policy adjustments, legislative reforms, and institutional restructuring of the Philippine education sector. However, these policies should balance the need for innovation and globalization with the preservation of national sovereignty, cultural autonomy, and educational equity. While the proposed amendment offers potential benefits such as increased flexibility and access to resources, it also raises significant concerns regarding foreign influence, national sovereignty, inequality, and regulatory challenges. Any decision to amend the Constitution should carefully balance these considerations and prioritize the long-term interests of Filipino learners, educators, and the nation as a whole. There should be a careful consideration of legal, economic, and social implications, as well as active stakeholder engagement, because we feel that it is essential to ensure that the revised provisions effectively serve the interests of Philippine education. We hope this helps in the thoughtful deliberation of the resolutions of both houses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane Ibanez Ilago, former representative of Kabataan Party List and consultant for Young Women Affairs, Gabriela Women's Party.
Our former colleague, Sarah Jane Ilago, is now recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang araw sa lahat. Nandito ako bilang isa sa mga conveners ng Babae para sa Inang Bayan o BIBA. Ito ay network ng mga kababaihan na nais magdagdag ng aming boses sa pag-uusap tungkol sa charter change. Naninindigan kami na ang boses ng mga kababaihan ay mahalaga sa pagtataguyod ng prinsipyo ng katarungan, pagkakapantay-pantay, mabuting pamamahala, pagtatanggol sa kalikasan at pambansang soberanya. Sa pagbubukas ng sektor ng edukasyon sa lahat ng antas, sa dayuhang pagmamayari, nababahala kami na maaring tuluyang sirain ito ang ating aspirasyon para sa makabayang paghubog ng isipan at ng kamalayan ng kabataan at sambayan ng Pilipino. Ito ay taliwas sa obligasyon ng Estado ayon sa ating konstitusyon na ikintal sa kabataan ang pagkamakabayan, nasyonalismo at pasiglahin ang paglahok nila sa mga gawaing bayan at sibiko. Ito ay hakbang paatras sa pagsiguro ng tungkulin ng lahat ng mga institusyong pang-edukasyon na ikintal ang pagkamakabayan at nasyonalismo, ihasik ang pag-ibig sa sangkatauhan, paggalang sa mga karapatang pantao, pagpapahalaga sa gampanin ng mga pambansang bayani sa historikal na pagpapaunlad ng bansa, ituro ang mga karapatan at mga tungkulin ng pagkamamamayan sang-ayon pa rin sa ating saligang batas. Malinaw na magkaugnay ang pagiging makabayan ng mga Pilipino sa ating edukasyon batay sa pag-uusap ng Constitutional Commission ng 1986. Ang pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan ng mga paaralan ay maaaring magdala, may potensyal na magdala ng panganib dahil sa pagpasok nito ng mga panlabas na ideya sa edukasyon na maaaring maging taliwas sa layunin na tiyakin ang pagiging pro-Filipino ng ating educational system. Lumang tugtugin na ang sabihin na napag-iiwan na ang Pilipinas sa globalisasyon. Of course, sabayan natin ang academic calendar ng iba. Ngunit isang dekada matapos ang academic calendar shift, ngayon, nag-uusap na tayo ay bumalik sa dati. Dahil tulad ng posisyon ng mga tutol dito, hindi ito angkop sa klima at sa kalagayan ng edukasyon sa bansa. Matagal nang sinasabi na nahuhuli na tayo sa globalisasyon. Of course, tanggalin ang wikang Filipino sa kolehiyo at pag-aaral ng kasaysayan sa high school. Isang dekada ang nakalipas, ipinalabas ang pelikula upang ipakilala at higit na itanghal ang gampanin ng tatlong paring martir na sina Gomez, Burgos at Zamora sa ating kasaysayan. Hindi sila Majoha, tandaan natin na sila ang Gumburza. Ang hangarin ay hindi lang pagsaulo ng kanilang mga pangalan, kundi ang hindi kailanman pagkalimot sa papel ng ating mga bayani sa pagkamit ng tunay na kalayaan at demokrasya sa bansa. Kaya naman, Mr. Chair, walang bago sa sinasabi ngayon na globalisasyon. Of course, tanggalin na ang mga restriksyon sa konstitusyon. Ang tanong, talaga bang tutugon at makatutulong ito sa sektor ng edukasyon sa ating bansa? Ayon sa mga pag-aaral hinggil sa foreign direct investment sa edukasyon, ang pagpapalawak ng FDI sa edukasyon ay may maaaring mga benepisyo. Gayon din mga panganib para sa mga umuunlad na bansa na host country. Kabilang na ang mga potensyal na pagpapahusay ng kapasidad sa pagsasaliksik, sa research and development, at sa pinabuting kalidad ng ating edukasyon. Ngunit may mga concerns din, may mga alalahanin tungkol sa mga motibo na hinihimok ng tubo at mga potensyal na negatibong epekto sa mga lokal na institusyon. May panganib rin ng paglala ng brain drain dahil maaring piliin ng mga mahuhusay na estudyante at akademya na mag-aral o magtrabaho sa mga dayuhang institusyon na itinatag sa pamamagitan ng FDI na humahantong sa pagkawala ng human capital sa kanilang host country. Ang kalidad ng edukasyon na ibinibigay ng mga dayuhang institusyon ay maaaring hindi umaayon sa lokal na konteksto at mga pangangailangan. Humahantong sa hindi pagkakatugma sa pagitan ng mga kasanayan at ng kaalaman na nakuha at ng mga kinakailangan ng local job market. Mayroon din pong mga kaugnay na issue sa regulasyon at mga patakaran ng host country. Mr. Chair, pangalawa, ang pagpapahintulot sa dayuhang pagmamayari sa sektor ng edukasyon ay lilikha ng mas maraming opsyon, mas maraming pagkakataon. Ngunit sa amin pong paniniwala, hindi ito para sa mga estudyante o para sa mga kaguruan at mga personel, kundi mas maraming opsyon, mas maraming pagkakataon para magkamal ng kita mula sa edukasyon. Sa punto de vista ng dayuhang kapital, isang, and I quote, trillion-dollar industry ang private education sa buong daigdig na pwedeng tuntungan ng pagpapalago ng mga negosyo. Sa isang paper ng Ernst & Young, malinaw na inilatag ang motibo sa tubo sa pagpasok ng pribadong kapital sa sektor ng edukasyon. Sa Southeast Asia pa lang, tinatayang nasa halos $10 billion ang private education market at ilan sa mga kinukonsiderang salik ng investor ay una, long-term revenues. Pangalawa, mas mataas na demand kumpara sa supply na pabor sa new market entrants of foreign players. At pangatlo, negative working capital sa education sector dahil nga naman binabayaran na in advance ang tuition and other school fees sa maraming arrangement. Kung ganito ang pagtrato sa sektor ng edukasyon, sa ilalim ng tsa-tsa, of course, no, sa tingin po natin, no, klaro na pribadong tubo ng mga dayuhan ang motibo. Sa isang case study naman, sa isang transnational university na may campuses sa Mexico, Chile, at iba pang bansa sa Latin America, natukoy ang profit motive bilang isang mayor na nagtutulak ng transnational education operations. Ang motibo sa tubo na ito ay naitatago sa tabig ng provision na public good at pagkamit ng academic excellence. Lumalabas din sa pag-aaral na ang commodification ng education o ang pagturing sa edukasyon bilang kalakal ay nagdudulot ng malalim na implikasyon sa komersalisasyon ng kaalaman sa pandaigdigang konteksto na dumudulo sa paglimita ng sustansya ng curriculum ng mga paaralan. Sa katunayan, Mr. Chair, sa pinakahuling State of Higher Education na nilabas ng ASEAN Index nitong taong 2022, ang Pilipinas po ay nasa degree na ng medium na pagdating sa internationalization. Ang isa po sa mga pinakahuling dahilan dyan ay ang mismong pagpapasa natin ng isang Transnational Higher Education Act. No, gayon din ang mga nabanggit na ng ating mga resource speakers kanina na iba't ibang mga pamamaraan at mga proseso kung paano tayo magpapahigpit ng ating mga tulungan at ng mga kooperasyon sa iba't ibang mga universities overseas. Kaya naman, Mr. Chair, totoo na kailangan natin ng charter change. Ng change, no? Kailangan natin ng change. Education system change, hindi charter change. Tunay na reforma sa paglikha ng mga batas, patakaran, at mga polisiya sa edukasyon na nakabatay sa interes ng bansa, pangangailangan ng sambayanan para sa kaunlaran na walang naiiwan, at siyentipikong pag-aaral at pagsusuri sa kalagayan ng buong sektor ng edukasyon. With this, Mr. Chair, I'd like to end this presentation with a quote from the essay, The Miseducation of the Filipino, written by the late historian, Professor Renato Constantino. And I quote, "The education of the Filipino must be a Filipino education. It must be based on the needs of the nation and the goals of the nation. The object is not merely to produce men and women who can read and write or who can add and subtract. The primary object is to produce a citizenry that appreciates and is conscious of its nationhood and has national goals for the betterment of the community, and not an anarchic mass of people who know how to take care of themselves only." Ang babae para sa inang bayan ay tutol sa charter change. Muli, education system change, hindi charter change. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, former Congresswoman Sara Ilago. Majority Leader?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we now recognize Mr. Andres Abalos, Vice President for Luzon of TESDA Phil, Technical Vocational Schools and Associations of the Philippines.
Mr. Andres Abalos, Vice President for Luzon of TEBSAFIL is recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and all the honorable members of the House. Thank you for allowing us to add our voice to the current issue on charter change. And I will be reading a brief statement from the Technical Vocational Schools Association of the Philippines. Now, the basic premise here is that the Constitution states that educational institutions, other than those established by religious groups and mission boards, shall be exclusively owned by Filipino citizens or corporations with 60% with capital owned and controlled by Filipino citizens. Now, we would like to pose these important arguments. Number one is, what is the state of Philippine education? So as evidenced by data, the Philippine education is in a deplorable state with the government unable to meet the demands of quality education. Number two, will allowing foreigners and foreign entities to enter the market improve Philippine education? The fact is, it is a double-edged sword. It may improve the competitiveness of Philippine schools, but it may also hasten the demise of institutions that lack the resources to compete against well-funded competitors. Number three, what is the effect of allowing foreign schools to enter the market and for foreigners to own 100% of schools as on Filipino-owned educational institutions? Or more so in relation to our sector, will it improve international recognition of our national certificate or NC2? Now, the fact is, it is believed that the entry of foreign schools in the market will only affect top-tier schools like Salle, Ateneo, or UP, but not the rest of the players based on prestige, international recognition, and the cost of education. More so, international schools have the network and are in a better position to compete abroad. Now, the technical vocational schools number about 4,500 in the Philippines, majority of which, or 91.5%, is owned by the private sector. Now, majority of this 91.5 is also owned by small business owners. And to be honest, Mr. Chair, we are quite divided on this issue on charter change. The entry of foreign players in the market may spur the necessary improvements in Philippine education by fostering competition. But we request that if this is inevitable, that there be safeguards in place to cushion the possible impact on the financial viability of Filipino-owned schools, such as retaining tax exemptions, providing subsidies, incentives, and grants to the serving institutions, and improving the regulatory framework. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Dr. Raimundo Arcega, Executive Director of the Association of Local Colleges and Universities.
Dr. Raimundo Arcega, the Executive Director of the Association of Local Colleges and Universities. You recognize her?
Empower local schools before allowing foreign-owned schools. Our Constitution was framed with the aspiration to conserve and develop our patrimony, and it guides both this government and the governed in preserving and utilizing our own natural and economic resources for the country's development. By adhering to this principle, our posterity will be assured of quality life, particularly by protecting and preserving its resources from deterioration and maintaining its exclusivity for the good of our people up to the next generations of Filipinos. On matters of economy, one of our Constitution's state policies provides that the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. With this, the Association of Local Colleges and Universities presents our position on the proposed amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution. The Philippines is not Malaysia. It is not Vietnam. It is not Singapore. Our culture is different from them, while there could be some similarity between and among us. ALCO firmly stands to preserve the existing economic provisions in the 1987 Constitution that foreigners should not be allowed full ownership of public utilities and related industries, but can only have a share to a certain extent to preserve the country's internal, political, and economic sovereignty, as well as its self-reliance. The physical and natural resources endowed to Filipinos are providentially and legally situated for our enjoyment and consumption as defined by our very own territorial jurisdiction. We have no issues of underpopulation and aging citizens. Thus, we believe there is no urgency to open foreign ownership in our country. It would be unfair for our people who until now have yet to own property and industry in our very own land if we allow foreigners to own. In fact, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, 3 in every 5 families, or 62% of families in the Philippines, own the house and lot they occupied in 2022. Otherwise, we will see one day that the Filipinos are just like inferior in our own country. We must ensure that our posterity will enjoy what we have right now, including the succession in economic governance, policy innovations, and leadership. While we acknowledge the benefits of the proposed amendments, we must carefully look at the possible long-term consequences if we allow the same. Even if there are strong arguments that allowing full foreign ownership of public utilities and the domain will not equal total control of our economy by foreigners, we must also consider that it will not guarantee economic development if we rush on this matter. Our Constitution also provides that the state shall protect Filipino enterprises against unfair foreign competition and trade practices. Though it may not be happening now, we must be cautious to prevent this from happening. Let us remember that sovereignty starts from economic independence to political independence. That economy history affects the political system of the country. Although we are talking about economic question today, the effect of whatever economic decision we make about foreign ownership might lead to more difficult political problems in the future. The Philippine economy might be partly run and managed by foreigners, which can be indirectly seen as partially losing our independence and sovereignty fought by our ancestors. Let us not forget that we owe the Filipino heroes who offered their very own lives to secure for all of us the blessings of independence and democracy. We own the Philippines today, but we do not own her after leaving this earth. Let us ensure that our future generation will have the space to decide for themselves. Currently, we find nothing wrong with economic policies. Brilliant Filipinos have crafted and scientifically designed them well. The only lacking is the political will to follow and implement the roadmap from revenue collection and generation to utilization, from annual investment planning preparation to actual procurement and other implementation of the economic plans and programs. There is an urgent call for a government to ensure that these amounts collected and generated from the people shall adequately go back to the common good of the people. The reported cases in the Ombudsman, Sandigang Bayan, Civil Service Commission, Commission on Audit, and Commission on Elections indicate that there are failures to maximize the public resources for the general welfare. The creation of ARTA and Commission on Good Governance presupposes that we need to fix not just economic policies, but also accountability on the actual implementation and utilization of the proceeds of these policies. If such is not addressed immediately, it will cause most Filipinos to be poorer and the poorest. On foreign ownership of educational institutions and issues on educational development, on the proposed amendments to Article 14, Section 4, we find no urgency to change the ownership provision of educational institutions in the country. We can still provide a world-class education to our people, including foreigners coming to our country. On record, we have Chinese, Koreans, Indians, and other nationalities who prefer to study in the Philippines. This indicates that we are on par with others in delivering international education. Statistically, based on the recent report of the professionals in international education news, the Philippines has an inbound student mobility from foreign countries with 22,247 international students choosing it as their study destination in 2022, an increase of 52.7% since 2021. The fact that they want to stay in the Philippines for good signifies that our country is worth their time and that the quest for access to quality, relevant, and inclusive education is more of a will. Let the Filipino design their own curriculum with its own differentiating elements to preserve their unique culture and heritage. Remember that education is not only for wealth, but for life. Seeing foreign individuals owning schools in the country will not be an assurance for growth and development in the country. Besides, Filipino educators are some of the best teachers in the world. It is just that the government, through its educational agencies, must facilitate, harmonize, and fix all educational gaps and ensure learning gaps, learning crisis, and miseducation is addressed. From curriculum and instruction, revenue collection, and procurement of educational materials and facilities, including hiring teachers, there is a call to rationalize and professionalize them free from political interference and misspending. We can see that ownership of schools has nothing to do with addressing the current problems of Philippine education. Still, instead, we should attain a certain equilibrium level between private and public educational institutions through the government's intervention. In closing, we hope that the Philippine government, through our Congress, would realize that the challenge we face today is not about lack of resources, but the need to re-engineer public governance. Resolutions in bureaucratic issues should be given more attention over resource generation. The proposed amendments might be appealing for the environment we have today. However, we have to consider that our socio-economic environment is dynamic and ever-changing, so such amendments can also be a disadvantage in the future if we will be impulsive to approve them. We have to be sensitive and prudent from the sake of the succeeding generations, most especially if that will greatly affect their rights and privileges attached to their identity as sovereign Filipino people. Let us be reminded that the Philippines must be for the Filipinos and the Filipinos must be for the Philippines. We have come this far as a country and even survived the crisis brought on by the pandemic under the same economic provisions. We find no hope then seeing millions of Filipinos dying. And yet, we stood together and revived the economy under the same premise. At mending the provisions then should not be that critical. We died as a nation during the pandemic and many times, and we have been resurrected under the same economic losses. Amending the said economic provisions may be a risky experiment that will affect the lives of President Filipinos and the generations after us. Whatever will be your decisions, esteemed members of the Philippine Congress, we trust the wisdom of this august body. Should this conversation lead you to set aside the amendments, thank you for allowing us to win. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The welfare of the people is the supreme law. Salus Populi es suprema lex. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us this opportunity
Mr.
to share our position.
Mr. Chairman, I now
Thank you,
move
Dr.
that we,
Orsiga, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize Attorney Ana Maria Abad, Dean of Adamson University College of Law, as well as Legal Counsel at the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities.
Attorney Ana Maria Abad, the Dean of Adamson University College of Law, the Legal Counsel of the Philippine Associations of Colleges and Universities. Your ma'am recognized.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. May I be granted permission to stand while I address this honorable body? Precisely because I think, better standing up and because I'm used to recitations po. May I be permitted to stand up while we address the body, Your Honor?
Yeah, please proceed.
Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Attorney Ada Abad, Dekano po ng Adamson University College of Law and Legal Counsel of the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities. Thank you for this opportunity to address this body. Alam ko gutom na po kayong lahat. Nahalata ko po na hindi po kumakain yung mga naiwan dito. Pasensya na po. So I'll just keep it short and simple in the same manner as I tell my students when they answer in an interpellation, to keep it sweet, simple, and straight to the point. Now, the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, with its 197 member schools, voices its serious concern and thus objection to the proposal of this body to amend the Constitution, especially as regards the provision on education. For the following reasons. Number one, I personally join in the comments and the objections raised by my esteemed professor, the retired Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, Vicente V. Mendoza, who was my professor in constitutional law and political law, that the manner by which we are to amend the Constitution should be done only in the strictest conformity of the Constitution, which is by way of a constitutional convention or a constitutional assembly. Now, I will leave my esteemed professor to explain that matter because I am not an expert in Constitution like he, whom we called Mr. Constitution when I was taking up law in UP. Now, the second item would be as regards the educational provisions of the Constitution. And it is in this particular item that the PACU strongly poses its concerns and objections. We believe that there is no urgent need to amend the Constitution as to allow for full foreign ownership, control, administration, and supervision of higher educational institutions. There are already existing laws in place, and I would like this honorable body to refer more particularly to the transnational education law, which it passed in 2019, just in 2019 before the pandemic, and the implementing rules and regulations, which just came out this January 2021.
Now, if you will remember, the law itself, the transnational education law, already allows for twinning arrangements between local universities and foreign universities. I understand that the reason behind this particular proposal to amend the education provision in the Constitution is to put up an education hub, just like in Singapore, in Malaysia, and in Vietnam. Of course, the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities would want that dream. We support that vision. But the question remains is whether or not we should open up the control, supervision, and ownership of these higher educational institutions to foreign entities. That remains to be our specific objections. Because if you were to read this transnational law, it already allows for the establishment of branch campuses by the foreign higher educational institution in partnership with a local university or college. In fact, that particular foreign university may maintain its own name, put up its own degrees, offer educational programs through that particular branch, and it can also hire and constitute faculty up to 80%, no? As well as to hire employees up to 40%. So my point is, why have we not tried this experimentation? Why do we have to amend the Constitution when we have not really tried this experimentation? The pandemic just happened, and the universities had not even been given a chance to try this experimentation. Now, in any event, we have other certain concerns that we would like to raise to this honorable body. Number one, if foreign higher educational institutions are to be allowed into the Philippines, does this mean that these foreign universities will likewise be allowed to purchase land in the same manner as requiring local universities and colleges for its own campuses? I understand and I know that for basic educational institutions, they are required to own at least 5,000 square meters before they are allowed or given a permit to open a school. Now, I would assume that for universities, that would be a bigger number, okay, a larger area. So will the foreign university now be allowed to own land? Secondly, incentives have earlier been proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Commission on Higher Education, saying that in order for foreign universities to come into the Philippines, there should be a lot more of investments to entice them as part of their return on investment. Our concern is that will this not result into reverse discrimination against locally owned Filipino universities and colleges? And lastly, as regards academic freedom, which each university is guaranteed under the Constitution, where the university is allowed to determine what to teach. To a certain extent, I now ask this body, will the foreign universities now be allowed to mandate that their constitution of their host country be likewise taught in the universities and the higher and the colleges? So these are the concerns that we raise in behalf of the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities. Under the circumstances, Your Honors, I respectfully and strongly urge all of you to please, the honorable members of this House, to please tread carefully. lest we give up our own national identity. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, let us now proceed to the interpellation. May we respectfully request all our resource persons to limit their answers to not more than 3 minutes, since we have a lot of interpellators and we also have a lot of resource persons. First to interpellate, Mr. Chair, from the minority, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur.
The chair would like to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, Mr. Chairman, let me thank the council and staff of colleges and universities of the Philippines, as well as all the resource persons here. Let me direct my first question to former Congresswoman Sara Ilago. This is about preserving national identity. Mr. Chairman, while many anticipate foreign investors opening schools with 100% ownership, a crucial concern arises. Will these institutions promote Philippine culture and history? Notably, schools, especially those by Chinese investors, might serve the national and geopolitical interests. How might their teaching of the Philippines' territorial map reflect our national interests or their preferred version?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It is in my humble opinion, there would be no guarantee that the foreign education institution would stand by and stand beside the assertion of the Filipino people that the West Philippine Sea is ours and the Philippines is not for sale. Nabanggit po natin yan dahil sa kabila ng pagkapanalo natin sa 2016 PCA ruling pagdating sa ating integridad sa teritoryo ng Pilipinas sa laban natin sa West Philippine Sea, ilang ulit na itinatanggi ng China ang ating pagkapanalo. Bukod pa dyan na marami rin tayong mga naiulat na mga kaso ng mga atake sa kabuhayan ng ating mga mangingisda at mga naipaulat na mga kaso ng pagkasira ng ating marine resources sa mga partikular na mga lugar. Kaya po, dahil wala tayong garantiya, bagamat maaari namang maglagay yung ating mga regulatory framework dito ng mga mechanism para tiyakin na hindi yun mangyari. Ngunit sang-ayon na rin sa debate at sa diskusyon ng Constitutional Commission noong 1986 na kung sino nga ang may hawak ng pondo, kung sino ang may-ari, kung sino ang may kontrol sa administrasyon, siya rin ang nagdidikta sa kung ano ba ang ituturo, kung ano ba ang itsura ng kurikulum, kung ano ba ang mga kurso na nabibigyan ng espasyo na maituro at mapakinabangan ng mga Pilipinong estudyante. Kaya nga po, sa ganong lagay, no, sa ganong sitwasyon, no, yan po ang isa, no, sa mga gravest concerns natin hinggil sa pagpayag sa 100% na pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan sa ating mga educational institution. Tayong mga Pilipino ang pinakamaasahan natin na tumindig para sa Pilipinas. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, Mr. Chairman, we don't have any guarantee of preserving our national identity. Again, former Congresswoman Sara Ilago.
Right now, Mr. Chair, no, we have that in our constitution. It mandates that the educational institutions has the obligation, no, to inculcate nationalism and patriotism. Not only that, no, but to also introduce the life and works of our national heroes, as well as to preserve, no, the national identity of the Philippines. No, but then once we open up, no, the educational institutions, no, to foreign direct investment and to whatever offshore campuses who may decide, no, to have satellite campuses or offshore campuses here in the Philippines, then mainly due to the very deregulated and commercialized nature of the education system here in the Philippines, then again, it would be hard not to assume that there will be a strict regulation, strong implementation, and full realization
Congresswoman Ilago. My next question will be directed to Attorney Joseph Estrada.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good afternoon. On the quality of education, Mr. Chairman, current challenges in monitoring the quality of numerous private schools have led to the Philippines being labeled a diploma mill country, will allowing foreign-owned schools worsen the government's ability to ensure quality education, possibly favoring profit-driven endeavors over student and teachers' welfare?
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. I think it is really very important that we revisit the existing policy environment on education, both in the basic and the higher education sector, in terms of the quality assurance. Because if ever we open up and allow foreign investors in participating in our education institutions, that will also be one of the concerns. Because if we cannot quality assure our local education institutions now, then that would also be a concern. That's why in my presentation earlier, we said that our regulatory environment should also ensure that, because the foreign universities or colleges and schools, it's not a guarantee that they're all quality assured likewise. So if we open up, we might also be opening up to low quality schools to operate in the country.
Thank you, Attorney Estrada. Mr. Chairman, can we get the position of the Honorable Prospero de Vera III, the Chairman of CHED?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I do not agree that Filipino schools are diploma mills. In fact, the reason that many foreign nationals want to take up their degrees in the Philippines, especially in medicine for students coming from India, in nursing and other programs, is an indication that foreign nationals look up to the quality of education in Philippine schools. the acceptability of our graduates, particularly nurses, doctors, physical therapists in other countries, is a recognition of the quality of education. Our nurses are in demand all over the world. That's why we already have a crisis in nursing because we don't have enough nurses here. I agree that there are schools that need to be regulated. The quality may be suspect, but by and large, I do not agree that Philippine schools are diploma mills. Now, on the issue of regulation, it's always a difficult balancing act. Some of the schools complain that CHED overly regulates. Many legislators say we do not regulate enough. It is a balancing act that we must always balance giving significant autonomy to schools that are good and strictly regulating schools that are not. There is no hard and fast rule, but the processes are there. The mechanisms for regulation are there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman De Vera. On the question of academic freedom, again, let me direct my question to Chairman De Vera. Could academic freedom be compromised by foreign investors in higher educational institutions influencing who teaches and dictating the curriculum?
Mr. Chair, it would depend on the law that Congress will pass, on how this will be framed within the law on higher education that will allow foreign schools to go to the Philippines. I wouldn't know at this point because Congress will be the one to pass the law on this, Mr. Chair. But our Constitution guarantees academic freedom. So that has to be respected and observed, Mr. Chair.
Now, how can we protect professors and students to have freedom to pursue knowledge and publish works without external interference, even as some countries impose restrictions on academic freedom in specific disciplines?
As I say, Mr. Chair, it will depend on how we frame the law that will allow foreign institutions and companies to come to the Philippines. Right now, academic freedom is observed in our higher education institutions. The Commission is committed to respecting academic freedom as exercised by our higher education institutions.
Thank you, Chairman De Vera. Again, my next question will be directed to Attorney Joseph Estrada. The workers' rights and social justice provision of the 1987 Constitution, providing incentives to attract foreign investors is familiar. However, historical experiences reveal that this often results in the erosion of workers' rights. Can the government ensure that 100% foreign ownership won't compromise workers' rights, including freedom of association, adherence to labor laws, and others?
Maraming salamat po. I think this will really be subject to the law that will be passed by Congress later on. But as a matter of fundamental principles, all of those things that you've mentioned, those that protect our Filipino workers and those that protect academic freedom, they will all apply to the foreign institutions that will establish their schools here. Mr. Chair, there are I assume that there will be two kinds of foreign educational institutions here if ever we open up. One is those who will invest uh, to operate domestic corporations operating local schools here. And the second is those education institutions established exclusively for foreign nationals and their dependents. So I think the regulatory environment will be different there in those two types of educational institutions. Like for example, for majority that are local schools, of course, it will not justify the hiring of more foreign faculty, for example, because we cater more to or majority to Filipino students. Unlike in an education institution that is exclusively established for foreigners, they would require more foreign faculty, as in the case of international schools now operating under a legislative franchise. But certainly, Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier in the discussions on academic freedom, this will not be absolute, especially because we are talking about foreign institutions operating in the country. And academic freedom is always consistent with reasonable supervision and regulation of the state. And of course, it would require the protection of the Filipino citizens, students, and employees, because education is exercised under the police power of the state that promote the general welfare of our citizens. Salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Estrada. Mr. Chairman,
Representative Bordado.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, the 1987 Constitution emphasizes civic responsibility and nationalism, with Filipinos occasionally displaying the so-called colonial mentality. Could 100% foreign ownership exacerbate this issue among our people? Let me direct this question to the representatives coming from Association of Colleges and Universities.
The representative from the Association of Colleges and Universities. You may respond to the query of Representative Bordado.
Your Honors, allowing foreign institutions to come to the Philippines doesn't mean providing colonial education. So, we trust, of course, our very own educational system, and so our curriculum, that foreign-owned schools or curriculum will just give additional opportunity for the students to learn from the different perspectives. But I don't believe it will automatically make our education a colonial education. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, can I get the reaction from Mr. Lloyd?
Mr. Chair, I move that you recognize Mr. Lloyd Manango of the League of Filipino Students to respond to the question of the Honorable Bordado.
Mr. Manango, you may respond to the question of Representative Bordado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond to the question po, I believe that the Philippine education system is already used as a vessel for cultural transmission of Western values. So definitely, once foreign-owned schools are allowed into the country, they will implement a curriculum that carries their culture, Western culture primarily, especially also since they will be granted likely full autonomy when it comes to their curriculums. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Bordado,
Yeah,
you
Mr.
still have questions? You may
Sir-
proceed. You may continue. If you have questions or queries to
Mr.
our
Chairman,
resource persons.
I believe somebody is also willing to answer my question.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize Mr. Lance Alo of the National Union of Students of the Philippines for a quick response.
Yeah, Mr. Alo, you may proceed to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, allowing foreign ownership, control, and administration in our schools will only lead to denationalization of education. That is because since some topics such as Philippine history, culture, language, those are subjects that are deemed unprofitable, not marketable. And as confirmed then by other resource speakers, the goal of like other foreign institutions is to bring subjects that are in their homeland to us. So like um topics that focus on nationalization will not be given priority if we open up our schools to foreign ownership, control, and administration. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is directed to Mr. Dumdum. It's about the parity question. Will Filipino teachers and professionals receive fair treatment regarding salaries, benefits, and other labor rights compared to their foreign counterparts?
All right, Your Honor, yes, I think that it is possible for us to set up legislation that can ensure that there will be parity with the foreign employees of those foreign universities and higher education institutions. I think it is possible for us to do that so that they won't, our Filipino citizens employed by these institutions as educators themselves will not be at an unfair disadvantage.
Mr. Chair, maybe the chairman of the Commission on Higher Education can respond to the question of the Honorable Bordado, and after which the representative from DepEd, Yusek Omar Romero, can also respond.
The
Thank you.
chairman,
Thank
you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would defer to the position of the Department of Labor because this is a labor issue. But from the experience of international universities that have set up shop in other ASEAN countries, the salaries actually there are higher than the salaries in the local schools. There are many Filipino professors in universities in the Edo City of Malaysia. Some of them are my friends. They're recruited from UP, and they receive higher salaries than local faculty and definitely much higher salaries than Filipino professors. But that is for universities, foreign cities that have set up campuses in Malaysia. But Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, opening up higher education to foreign institutions will not necessarily result in a deluge of foreign universities setting up campuses in the Philippines. The experience in the ASEAN countries is that the governments that want to attract foreign universities are providing additional incentives for them to relocate. For example, in the Edo City of Malaysia, what the government did was to create a special economic zone for universities because they are projecting themselves as the international education capital in the ASEAN, and they provided incentives for the UK universities to set up shop there. And that is why the UK universities set up shop there. I talked to the rectors in the universities when I was there, and they said they needed at least 5 years of operation to be able to be profitable. So as it is, opening up will not be enough. We have to look at the correct package of incentives to encourage them to come here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What
Mr. Chair.
about, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Bordado, before you continue, floor leader,
Mr. Chair,
you mentioned
Assistant
also
Secretary
to respond.
Assistant Secretary Francis Cesar Bringas of the Department of Education would also be
Okay,
responding.
the representative from DepEd, you may respond to the question
Mr.
raised
Chair,
by
in the
Representative
current
Bordado.
state of the salary comparisons between the public schools and the private schools, generally we see that there is a higher salary for public school teachers at present. That is why we have been looking at our hearing clamors from private schools to have this equity and then the gap being lessened. But when we have 100% ownership, foreign ownership of basic education schools, for example, it might introduce that disparity. But at the rate we have with the salaries of our public schools, I don't think it will have that much effect on the salary comparisons, Mr. Chair. But we would still go for the current percentage of ownership that is 40-60, that's maximum as per Constitution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Asek. Again, let me direct my question to Chairman De Vera. What about the security of tenure enshrined in our labor code and jurisprudence?
Mr. Chair, I am assuming that if the investment of foreigners is in the ownership of existing schools, then labor laws will not change. I think the gray area is for foreign schools who will set up campuses in the Philippines. That is the area that has to be looked at in terms of the uniqueness of the situation. But if they're just buying into existing schools, of course, they will be covered by existing laws. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman De Vera. My last question is directed to ASEC of the DepEd. ASEC, USEC, sorry, USEC Omar. My question is, how will foreign-owned schools handle the 70% share of workers in private educational institutions from increase in tuition fees?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As previously stated, this would the answer would have to be nuanced on which entry into the Philippines the foreign school would be taking. If it would be by way of investment, as stated by Chair De Vera earlier, if it would be under the current framework by which the foreign entity would enter the educational sector, which is by investment in current schools, then this would be governed by existing rules and laws, Mr. Chair. However, if there would be legislated entry into the education sector of the Philippines by way of subsequent legislation, then we would really have to look at the manner by which Congress crafts the regulations implicit in such legislation of the creation of international schools or foreign schools entering into the country, Mr. Chair.
USEC, will they, as we have experienced for decades now, like local private schools, raise miscellaneous and other expenses instead of tuition, potentially hindering teacher salaries from reaching beyond minimum wages?
Yep. Generally, Mr. Chair, private schools seek approval of DepEd for increases in tuition fees and other rates. That's the general rule at present, Mr. Chair. However, in the phrasing of the proposed amendment, the last line states unless otherwise provided by law. And this may perhaps open, the possibilities may be endless in such open wording of the future provision of the Constitution. Right now, the Constitution mandates strict regulation over schools, including international schools that may only enter the Philippine jurisdiction subject to limited examples. For instance, these are schools run by missionaries, religious orders, and schools that are established specifically for the foreign dignitaries and their dependents. As it is now, schools may be established by legislation. In fact, we are aware of a few schools established by legislation, and in the charter, it does not refer to regulation by the state. Whereas some schools established by legislation explicitly provide within their charter that they shall be under the supervision of the Department of Education. So just to recapitulate, Mr. Chair, the open-ended language in the proposal vests in Congress the wisdom and discretion on how to craft the future law, and hopefully with the proper regulation over the operations of the international schools. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Yusek. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to move that we add the Honorable Arnie Roque as additional assistant majority leader just for the deliberation until late tonight for purposes of discussion of House Bill, a House Resolution of both Houses number 7.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank
We
you,
will
Mr.
allow Representative Roque.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Floor leader.
I move that we recognize the first district representative of Iloilo, Janet Garin, to give her interpellation.
The representative from the first district of Iloilo is recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This education is something that's very close to my heart. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished colleagues, and distinguished resource person. Dahil ako po ay lumaki sa isang pamilya ng aking lolo, lola, and including my mother who is a former UP professor, grew up in a family of professors and teachers. And that's why, Mr. Chair, my first question is addressed to DepEd. Sa inyo pong pananaw sa ating kagalang-galang na representante, our USEC and ASEC from the Department of Education, medyo nagulat din po kasi ako doon sa sinabi niyong the scope and control, and if I may, you mentioned how can foreign entities teach in our country? Do I correct that right, Mr. Chair? DepEd, tama po ba ang narinig ko kanina sa kanilang opening statement nung sinabi nilang hindi maganda na meron tayong mga foreign teachers na papasok dito sa Pilipinas? It's a yes or no, Mr. Chair, if I may.
If I may, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. The opposition of DepEd essentially boils down to the limit, the removal of the limits set in the Constitution if this were to be enacted in subsequent legislation. We are not particularly objecting to the entry of foreign teachers because this is already present under our current system. But in the interest of uplifting basic education and the reforms that the department is currently undertaking, we are very wary about the possibility through subsequent legislation of removing the ownership limits present, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to redirect the Department of Education representative, USEC and ASEC. Ang tanong ko po, ang sabi nyo kasi kanina, tila ayaw nyo na magkaroon ng foreign influence yung ating mga educational institution. Pasensya na po, no, because with the interest of time, can my question be answered with a yes or no?
With the indulgence of the chair, we would like to qualify that we are not opposing foreign influence, provided that it is consistent with the command of the Constitution that we teach our students patriotism and nationalism and other similar values, Madam Chair.
Yes, so ang ibig nyo sabihin, you really do not object because earlier yung inyong statement na binasa and even the copy that I have now is somehow really against the entry of competitors, the entry of foreign professionals, the entry of foreign institutions, citing national security. And with your statement na you have no objection to foreigners teaching values and culture in our institutions, I believe, Mr. Chair, that's hearing that statement from a DepEd official is something that I cannot swallow. Because if we talk about patriotism and culture of Filipinos, that should be taught by Filipinos. However, on the other aspects of how we can make Filipinos competitive, to laymanize it, Mr. Chair, para po sa aking mga constituents, ang katanungan natin dito is, papayagan ba natin pumasok ang mas improve na klase ng edukasyon para mas maging competitive ang ating mga kabataan?
Madam Chair, the position of DepEd is that for basic education, as the proposed amendment is couched, we are respectfully opposing this.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, my next question. Sa kagawaran ng edukasyon, in the whole DepEd family, ilan po sa inyo kaakibat na yung mga admin staff, including those in the regions and provinces, ilan po sa inyo ang nag-aral sa labas ng Pilipinas o yung nakakuha ng course sa foreign institution or for allied foreign educational institution?
We apologize, Mr. Chair. We don't have the figures for all the DepEd personnel.
Can you say that it will exceed the number of my fingers? 10 mga daliri.
I would hazard a guess, Madam Chair, for higher education, definitely.
For basic education, it's more than 10, right? Can we say that it's more than the number of fingers of the total resource persons that we have? O sabihin na natin, Mr. Chair, wala po tayong datos sa ngayon.
Right now, Madam Chair, we are not equipped with the data, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, we have here an institution na ang naghahawak ng edukasyon at future ng ating mga kabataan. Pero ni datos kung ilan sa kanila ang nag-aral, kumuha ng course, nag-train, online man yan or nakaalis, or privately paid or government scholar para mag-aral abroad, hindi nila masabi dahil medyo marami sila, Mr. Chair. Now, let me put forward that question to my good friend, Chairman Popoy de Vera. In the Commission on Higher Education, Ilan po sa ating CHED personnel, including all the SOCs in the Philippines, ilan po lahat ang nakapag-aral abroad or have taken any course or training in educational institutions outside the Philippines?
Madam Chair, I can give information only to the leadership level because it's difficult to get on the rank and file. But I would say on the leadership level, if the question is, did they get any foreign training, certificate, etc., I would say that the number is very high because it's one of the things we're trying to do in the commission to expose our education leaders to training from international universities and also to encourage them to study abroad. That has been the policy of the commission even before my time, Madam Chair, because there is no substitute for international education, particularly for leaders in higher education. And I'm talking of commissioners, chair, university presidents, all the way to the deans. I am a product of international education, so I can attest to that, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, let me put that second follow-up question to DepEd. Bakit po ba marami sa ating mga professors and teachers ang nangangarap o gustong makapag-aral sa educational institutions abroad? What is in there that makes our professors and teachers wanting to be trained and educated abroad?
Mr. Chair, as a general reason, it's probably because when they get diplomas from international schools, schools abroad, it means a higher credential for them whenever they apply for higher positions in the department.
Will you agree with me, Mr. Chair, and I'm addressing this to DepEd, that many, if not all, of the former presidents and the current president of the Republic of the Philippines had an experience in studying abroad? Let's say our colleague here, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, went to Georgetown University. Fidel V. Ramos went to the U.S. Military Academy, West Point. Even our current president and all the other leaders in our country. Ang ibig niyo bang sabihin? And if I may add, Mr. Chair, distinguished resource person, ilan po sa ating mga kabinete, sa ating mga USEC, sa ating mga ASEC, sa ating mga senador, sa ating mga kongresista ang nakapag-aral sa mga Harvard, Stanford, Berkeley, Boston College, Boston University, and all the other Ivy League schools abroad? So, Mr. Chair, ang ibig ba natin sabihin kapag ikaw ay nasa pwesto, kapag ikaw ay nasa posisyon, kapag ikaw ay may kakayanang makakuha na magfa-fund ng iyong pag-aaral, ay pwede? Pero kapag ikaw ay ordinaryong anak ng ating guro, o ikaw ay ordinaryong anak ng magsasaka sa Pilipinas, ay wala ka ng karapatan bigyan ng mas magandang edukasyon. Mr. Chairman, distinguished resource persons, I do respect all of your views. We're talking about here being pure Filipino. We're talking about patriotism. But does it make you less of a Filipino kung hangarin mong magkaroon ng mas magandang edukasyon? Does it make you less of a Filipino if you aspire to be competitive and teach our future generation and give them that opportunity na sa ngayon ay nakakamit lang ng mga mayayaman dito sa Pilipinas? Masakit yan, Mr. Chairman, because I would have wanted to go to these universities. But as a product of a public school teacher, my parents cannot afford that. Kaya wag na nating lihisin ang usapan ng economic chacha in terms of education. When we open up the Philippines, it is simply because gusto ng current administrasyon na maramdaman ng bawat Pilipino ang kakayahan na ngayon ay pinapakinabangan lang ng iilang mga mayayaman. Pasensya na, Mr. Chair, ako'y Bisaya. Medyo mahirap yung aking Tagalog. Let me move forward to my next question, again addressed to my two good friends from DepEd. I'm getting confused, Mr. Chair, because apparently the position paper of the Department of Education points to an objection of the proposed measure, not because of the quality of education, but it's more so because of their concern that this is a national security concern. Do I get that right, Mr. Chair? Distinguished resource persons?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Chair, before proceeding to the current question, we would like to distinguish that the mandate of DepEd is for basic education, Madam Chair, and the objection of DepEd is for the basic education provisions. Insofar as the tertiary level, the higher ed, the DepEd did not raise a position on this, Madam Chair. So if the, and we will leave it at that, ma'am. As far as the, question on security concerns,
Yes, my question, if that cannot be taken out from my time, kasi I'll just reiterate my question. Yung tanong ko po, bakit po tila ang position paper ng DepEd ay ayaw nila ang economic chacha or ang pagbubukas ng edukasyon sa ating mga possible foreign investors? It's because of national security concern. I'm getting confused on that, so maybe you can educate me.
if I may, Madam Chair, again, this is only for basic education, K to
Yes,
12.
yes, but let's move forward to my question. What is the relationship between opening out, let's say we have here British School Manila, we have here International School Manila, and you were saying that in basic education, opening the Philippines will be a matter of national security concern. Bakit po? What is the umbilicus? Ano po ang kadugtong sa basic education and national security?
If I may, Madam Chair, the objection is general in nature to the possibility that legislation may open up basic education institutions without sufficient regulation of government, Madam Chair.
Pasensya na po, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues. Yusek, I salute your institution, pero tila po, bilang representante ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, hindi po namin naiintindihan on how you can educate us between the relationship of basic education and possible investors, possible opening up as compared to that of national security. Medyo salungat po eh. Ano po ang relasyon? Tumbukin po natin. So with that, Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, with the interest of time, let it be on record that the representative from DepEd cannot justify their claim that this RBH 7 will serve as a national security threat. Tama po ba? Let me move forward to your next claim. Ang sabi niyo po dito, this will lead to a dilution of the fundamental aspects of Filipino identity, culture, and values to be taught. And again, you mentioned worse, endanger national security. Kaya hindi ko po naiintindihan, Mr. Chair, na kung papasok dito ang mga, let's say, high standard na mga schools, is that this will be a security threat because for one, they will be training Filipino professors. Ang tanong ko po, dilution of fundamental aspects of Filipino identity, culture, and values to be taught. Ano po ba ang nangyari sa mga Pilipino naging produkto ng international schools dito sa Pilipinas? Marami ba sa kanila yung nabuntis? Marami ba sa kanila yung hindi nag-aral na? Marami ba sa kanila yung huminto na sa pagiging Pilipino? May I again propound that question to DepEd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are just concerned, Mr. Chair, that the basic education lays the foundation for the very young learners. And we know that at this formative age or formative stage of education, this is the best way by which we can inculcate among our young learners patriotism and nationalism. So it is more of our concern sa curriculum that is being offered by the Department of Education now that is focused on patriotism and nationalism, which is the direction of the new curriculum as well. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I fully respect Filipino culture. For one, I had my first communion with Pope John Paul II. At lumaki po akong pumapasok araw-araw sa simbahan bilang manunugtog. And mind you, I cannot see that the morals and values that were inculcated before in our schools are being sustained now because of the influence of social media. Kaya nga po, Mr. Chair, nakakalungkot man. Ang dami nating teenage pregnancies. Ang daming mga problema sa kabataan na bata pa, minor pa, elementary or high school, nasa isabong na at nagsusugal na. These are all internal problems that the Department of Education should address. How many dropouts are we having? These are problems that should be addressed by the Department of Education. We should not dilute this issue by incorporating or linking it with RBH 7. Kasi masama mang aminin, bakit pabata ng pabata ang ating teenage mothers? Bakit ang dami natin mga kabataan na tila ngayon para sa kanila ay normal lang yung uminom at magsigarilyo at a very young age? Is it not a failure of how we are inculcating morals and values among our Filipino children? But this is another matter. Let me move forward, Mr. Chair. Earlier, ang sabi ng ating kalihim, a representative from the Department of Education, pwede naman po. Kaya lang, itong mga international schools is only open to foreign dignitaries and their dependents via legislation. My God, Mr. Chair, nandito tayo sa Pilipinas. Tumutungtong tayo sa ating lupang sinilangan, ang ating pinakamamahal na Pilipinas. Why are we giving exemption na kapag ikaw ay foreigner, kapag ikaw ay anak ng ambassador, kapag ikaw ay anak ng isang foreign dignitary, pwede kang mag-international school. Pero kapag ikaw ay Pilipino, kapag ikaw ay pinanganak sa Pilipinas, kapag ikaw ay ordinaryong Pilipinong mamamayan, at hindi ka anak ng foreigner, ay hindi ka makakapag-aral sa mga ganitong school. Mr. Chair, can I get the wisdom of the Department of Education in situations like this?
Representative Garin, your time is up. That will be your last question. The representative from DepEd, you may respond.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I'll be
thank you.
given 1 minute extension, I'll be having my last question after the
Okay.
answer.
Yep, thank you.
Last minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The requirement providing an exception under the current constitution for foreign dignitaries is really in the constitution already, Madam Chair. This means that they have limited regulation by the Department
Mr.
of
Chair,
Education.
if I may, please don't take it out from my time. Ulitin ko yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko ay napakasimple. Kasi you can actually suggest amendments to laws and regulations. Ang tanong ko, why are we giving special attention and privilege to children of dignitaries? Kapag ikaw ay anak ng ambassador, kapag ikaw ay anak ng foreigner, kapag ikaw ay anak ng executive ng WHO, ADB, pwede kang mag-aral sa international school. International schools are being set up at no profit to cater to the children of these foreigners. But the talented and intelligent Filipino children are scrapped. Hindi binibigyan ng pagkakataon na ito. Ano po ba ang rationale sa pananaw ng DepEd? Kailangan bang buksan natin ito?
Madam Chair, the presence of international schools in the Philippines are all created by legislation, and in their charters, there are provisions there that would also allow Filipino learners to enroll in these international schools.
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, my question can be answered with a yes or no. Sa pananaw niyo po ba, is it fair to say that this is only open to the rich and it's only open to the expats, or hindi ba dapat ito ay ibigay sa lahat ng Pilipino na kaya academically or intellectually ang ganitong klase ng mga school? Di ba? So my last question, Mr. Chair. Ang sabi natin makakasama sa Pilipinas. Hindi po ba pag maraming schools at pupunta dito kasama ang mga banyaga, just like what's happening to Vietnam and even Thailand and Malaysia and Indonesia, is it not that this will boost our economy? Hindi po ba kaakibat ng pag-aaral, magkakaroon niya ng galaw? Gagalaw yung mga jeep, gasolina, tricycle, maraming boarding house, maraming iba pa. And mind you, how about the global best practices? What does DepEd and CHED say on this? Dahil po ba ang ating hinaing ay purely Filipino tayo, how can we improve and how can we compete in this globally competitive world? Because Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, I do
Yes,
respect all their
Representative
inputs,
Garin.
but let me state in ending by saying we cannot live in hypocrisy, Mr. Chairman. Because if we remain as hypocrites, saying na ang Pilipinas ay para lamang sa Pilipino, tayo po ay lulubog. Kasi ang katotohanan, karamihan sa atin dito ay palaging nag-a-abroad, nagbabakasyon abroad, nagpapaaral ng mga anak abroad. Gustong-gusto natin ang competitive standards abroad because we want to be more competitive. Mr. Chair, distinguished resource persons, that is not our prerogative only. That is a prerogative that should be given to every Filipino child or to every Filipino professional because they're all our brothers and sisters. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, and may I have the response of again our good colleague from CHED, from DepEd, and Mr. Dumdum from Correct.
Okay, that will be the last question of Representative Garin.
A representative from DepEd is being requested for a response.
The representative from DepEd for your response.
Mr. Chair, we agree that education is important. We agree that economic development is important, but these have to be studied carefully, and it's really a balancing act. The concern of the Department of Education is to restrict the ownership of foreign private schools only to the levels currently prevailing in the Constitution.
Ched, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Dumdum.
The CHED chairman, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Commission has always been stating that internationalization of higher education is necessary. In fact, we have been aggressively encouraging our higher education institutions to internationalize. And in the last report of Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, they said the Philippines was the most aggressive in terms of higher education institutions subjecting themselves to the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. From one school in 2019, 60 Philippine schools subjected themselves to the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking last year. That is our commitment as a commission, and there is no question in higher ed that is necessary, Madam Chair, and Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any more? Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Dumdum.
Dumdum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we are able to bring in more, if we are able to bring in foreign educational institutions, particularly for higher education, I think it will be possible for scholarships to become available to deserving very good students, highly gifted, academically gifted students from Filipino families that may be economically disadvantaged. And I think this should allow them to have that same competitive edge that students coming from rich backgrounds are able to have when their rich parents are able to send them abroad to study. So if we can have these foreign universities or foreign institutions of higher learning actually come into the Philippines, it would really be a huge addition to the number of options that Filipino students will have. Thank you very much.
Okay. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, may I move that we now recognize the representative of ACT Teachers Party List, the Honorable Franz Castro, for her interpellation.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Franz Castro.
Thank
Please
you, Mr.
proceed.
Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating mga resource person na dumalo dito sa ating hearing on the Committee of the Whole on the amending the Constitution. Mr. Chair, ito po itanong ko sa mga sponsor ng RBH 7. Mr. Chair, so does RBH 7 want to open up all education institutions to foreign control and ownership aside from yung sa sinasabing mga missionary schools and others po? So, ang ibig bang sabihin, Mr. Chair, dito po sa panukala natin, for all levels from basic education up to tertiary education. Sir Chair. Majority Floor Leader, ang tanong ko po sa sponsors.
Floor Leader.
May we ask for the response of anyone from the resource persons, from the DepEd?
No, my
from-
question, Majority Floor Leader, is for our sponsors.
Mr. Chair, I believe we need a response only from our resource persons, not from the sponsors. May I have a 1-minute
No,
suspension?
I am clarifying the proposal, Mr. Okay.
Ano daw? Hearing is suspended. Hearing is resumed. Representative Castro.
Yes. Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, no, and of course, I will reserve my question to the, ano, no, during the second reading. Okay? So, I hope I'll be given ample time for the second reading kasi, Mr. Chair, nangangamba kasi ako na baka sabihin later on na extensive na yung ating debate on this, yung mga sagot ng ating mga resource person ay nasagot na or extensive na, baka magkaroon ng, di ba sa rule natin may mga closure, kaya nangangamba lang po ako na baka magkaganon. I hope so na hindi dahil gusto ko pong ipursu yung unang question ko kanina. Kung hindi po ito sasagutin ngayon, sa second reading ko na po yan masasagot, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just to appease Honorable Franz Castro, second reading will be March 11, 12, and 13. We will be given ample time, and in fact, the speaker has given us directive that we can either start the sessions early and end the sessions late in the wee hours of the morning. And as of the moment, there are no plans to invoke cloture. So if I may, Mr. Chair, the presence of our distinguished resource persons here is very important because they can give us inputs to how we will be debating in the plenary by next week. So, Mr. Chair, may we now request the Honorable Franz Castro for additional questions.
Representative Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Majority Floor Leader. Sa atin na lang pong kay Honorable Justice Vicente Mendoza po, yung atin pong constitutionalist. So yung unang question ko po, Mr. Chair, nakalagay kasi doon doon sa na kapag in-open up natin yung all educational institutions to foreign control and ownership, meron pong dalawang part doon po sa proposal. Magkahiwalay na paragraphs yung babaguhing provision. Ibig sabihin, hindi dahil gagawin ng basic education lang sa first paragraph and therefore ibubukas ito sa foreign ownership, ang tertiary. So automatic po ba ng ibig sabihin ng amyenda on the second paragraph ay kasama pati yung tertiary level? Sa pagkakaintindi niyo po, Justice Mendoza, Mr. Speaker, doon sa proposal.
Honorable Justice Mendoza.
Okay. Sige, i-repeat ko po doon po kasi sa pagkaka-craft noong RBH 7, particular po doon sa Article 14 on education. Magkahiwalay na paragraph yung babaguhing provision. So ang ibig bang sabihin di porke gagawin ng basic education lang yung first paragraph and therefore ibubukas to foreign ownership ang tertiary. Automatic po ba ang ibig sabihin ng amyenda sa second paragraph ay pang tertiary education din? Ayon po sa pagkakaintindi niyo sa proposal.
I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question, Congresswoman. I need to know what is basic. I don't know what is basic education. And I'm just being educated now, what basic education is. So please excuse me.
Okay, pag basic education po,
This is
sa
not in
DepEd is
this is
from,
not in the present provision.
yes.
They want to qualify this to basic education.
So ang ibig po sabihin doon sa proposal ay magkakaroon ng question on the coverage nung coverage noong ano no yung pinopropose po on ano no ownership.
Well, actually, my objection uh, to resolution number 7 is that it gives Congress as a lawmaking body the power to change the Constitution. That's my basic objection there. You cannot give that because the amendment of the Constitution or the changing of the Constitution can only be done in accordance with Article 17. And Congress power is only as a constituent assembly. If it does not sit as a constituent assembly, I believe Congress cannot be given power to do that by ordinary legislative action.
Okay. Sige po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po, Justice. Doon po sa 1987 Constitution, babasahin ko po no in Filipino. Ang mga institusyong pang-edukasyon bukod sa mga itinatag ng mga pangkat ng relihiyoso at mga kalupunang misyon ay dapat naari lamang ng mga mamayan ng Pilipinas o ng mga korporasyon o mga asosasyon na ang 60 bahagdan man lamang ng puhunan ito ay ari ng mga mamamayang Pilipino. Gayunman, maaring itakda ng Kongreso ang karagdagang lahok sa equiting Pilipino sa lahat ng mga institusyong pang-edukasyon. So, sinasabi niyo po kanina, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sinasabi po ng ating ni Justice Mendoza po na doon po sa proposal natin na basic education, dahil sinasabi kasi dito no, all ang mga institusyong pang-edukasyon. So ibig sabihin po from basic education, that means elementary, secondary, ngayon kasi may senior high school na tayo no, or yun na, yung secondary at saka yung tertiary. So ang ibig sabihin po ba na sa Constitution ay sinasakop nito yung lahat ng level ng educational institutions. Mr. Chair. Kay Justice Mendoza.
I think it covers all educational institutions at
Okay.
present.
So sa paglalagay po ng basic doon sa proposal and unless otherwise provided by law, ano po ba yung magiging implication nito?
Now, to qualify that as only limited to basic and give Congress flexibility is, I think, objectionable. Not that it cannot be done, but not in this way. It must be Congress as a constituent assembly, not Congress as a lawmaking body.
Okay, punta na po ako sa next question ko, Mr. Chair. Mayroon pong principle of statutory and constitutional construction na nagsasabing where the Constitution or law does not distinguish, neither should we. Kung babasahin pong amyenda, the control and administration of educational institution shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines, unless otherwise provided by law. So the amended sentence will not appear to make a distinction between basic and tertiary education. So ang ibig bang sabihin, magkakaroon ng opening for a dangerous interpretation that allows schools at all levels to be controlled and administered by the alien.
Know about that. All I know is, but it was my colleague, Justice Ascuna, who claimed that during the deliberation of the Constitutional Commission, which drafted this constitution, there was an agreement not to touch any of these provisions for a period of 5 years. Let it take root, and only after 5 years, give Congress that power. However, that proposal was never approved in the Constitutional Commission and never became part of the Constitution. What is clear as prohibited within 5 years is what you call this initiative, people's initiative, which you cannot have except every 5 years. But with respect to this, nothing was agreed in the Constitutional Commission. So my answer to this is that this provision actually carries out provisions in Article 2. These are not to be carried out without any prior principle. Now, my point is, if you touch this, if you amend this, you will also be contradicting Article 2, and Congress cannot do that. Those principles can only be amended by Congress as a constituent assembly, not by Congress by law.
Ayun, pupunta na po ako, Mr. Chair, dun sa pangalawa kong punto. So, on propriety or stock, ownership and control lang, o pati yung academic control and administration. Dahil, Mr. Chair, mabigat na epekto ang una at ikalawang punto doon sa proposal. Dayuhan na magkakaroon ng say sa kung anong ituturo ng mga eskwelahan at kung ano yung mga i-inculcate sa ating mga kabataan. Therefore, mawawala ng silbi ang iba pang nationalism provision ng Constitution. Kanina, Mr. Chair, nabanggit na ni ni Justice Mendoza yung magkakaroon ng conflict etong proposal na ito doon sa Article 12, Article 14 on education na magkakaroon ng conflict on Article 2, Section 13. Basahin ko lang, Mr. Chair. The state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social being. It shall inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism and encourage their involvement in public and civil affairs. Yung Article 2 rin, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, Article 2, Section 17. The state shall give priority to education, science and technology, arts, culture, and sports to foster patriotism and nationalism, accelerate social progress, and promote total human liberation and development. Article 2, Section 3, Paragraph 2. All educational institutions shall inculcate patriotism and nationalism, foster love of humanity, respect of human rights, appreciation of the role of national heroes in the historical development of the country, teach the rights and duties of the citizen, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, develop moral character and personal discipline, encourage critical and creative thinking, broaden scientific and technological knowledge, and promote vocational efficiency. So, ang tanong ko po, parang magkakaroon ng conflict ngayon yung proposal dito sa iba pang mga provision ng ating Constitution. Tama po ba, Justice? Kasi po kanina nabanggit niyo na po yung Article 2, Section 13. Dinagdagan ko na lang po ng ilang pang mga article.
It's difficult for me, Congresswoman, to answer your question. In the first place, I have a hearing problem. In the second place, acoustic in this big hall is not so good. But maybe we can have a conversation and I'll let you know.
Okay. So thank you po,
Or you can
Justice
break it down.
Mendoza. May I call Mr. Chair, Dean Abad, and maybe Attorney Estrada would answer. Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Yes, you may respond to the query of Representative
Yes, Your
Rosas.
Honor. Thank you very much. Ma'am, sa pagkakaintindi ko po dun sa mga tanong ninyo kanina, yung paragraph 4, section 2 ng Article 14 na subject ngayon ng ating pinag-uusapan, tinatanong niyo po kung ito ay salungat doon sa ibang mga constitutional provisions. Now, ang sagot ko lang ay simple. Ang pagkakaintindi ko po ay ito po ay salungat doon sa mga ibang constitutional provisions. Kailangan pong i-harmonize ito. Pero sasagutin ko rin po yung punto ng aking profesor na si Justice Vicente V. Mendoza na ang pamamaraan ng pagpapa-amendo ng itong provision na to ay karapat-dapat lamang at in accordance with yung constitutional requirement itself that it be in a constitutional assembly or a constitutional convention. Now, dito po sa sinasabing section 4, klaro po na with the proposed amendment, yung ownership ng institution ay po pwedeng ibigay sa foreign investors kasi basic ed lang po ang tinutukoy ng proposal that it will be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporations, associations, at least 60%. Now, ang pangalawang sentence po ay medyo ambiguous insofar as it says, but Congress may increase Filipino equity. So yung pangalawang sentence po, while sinasabi na pagka-basic ed, kailangan 60% Filipino-owned, yung susunod na sentence, sinasabi naman, pwede namang i-increase ng Congress ang Filipino equity sa lahat ng mga educational institutions. No? So meron ng konting conflict doon, hindi harmonized. Pangatlo pa, pagbabasahin nyo yung pakatlong sentence, medyo mas magulo. Kasi yung control and administration ng educational institution is vested with Filipino citizens unless otherwise provided for by law. Which means therefore that the Congress can also enact a law which takes out the control and supervision from the Filipinos. So it is really an issue of the plenary legislative powers of this body. But as pointed out by Justice Vicente V. Mendoza, you cannot do this by mere legislation, and we have to go into either a constitutional convention or a constitutional assembly. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, thank you po medyo nalinawan na po ako doon sa explanation ni Dean Abad na magulong provision dito sa article or proposal dito sa Article 14 on education. Sa DepEd po, hindi man po sinasadya, hindi tayo nag-usap. Ang Department of Education, hindi tayo nag-usap sa posisyon, pero magkaparehas tayo ngayon ng posisyon. At na-appreciate ko yon. Okay, so sinasabi kasi ng mga proponents o may mga idea na gusto nating ibukas ang basic education natin kasi may learning crisis tayo, may educational crisis tayo. So tingin nyo ba makakatulong itong pagbubukas sa mga alien nitong nitong ating basic education, Mr. Chair? Sa DepEd po.
Yep, Mr. Chair, thank you, ma'am. The DepEd again reiterates that our opposition is with only through basic education, number one. And if I may quote from the last paragraph of our position paper, the DepEd strongly opposes the proposed amendments to paragraph 2, section 4 of Article 14 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, specifically vesting full control and administration of basic education institutions through aliens through the legislation. So our concern is really the possibility that the ownership and control of and administration over basic educational institutions will no longer be under the regulatory control of the government. If ever a subsequent legislation, Mr. Chair, would pass. So yun po, in that sense, Madam Chair.
Pero ang tanong ko po, sinasabi kasi, Mr. Chair, sa DepEd na dahil meron tayong learning crisis, educational crisis, we might as well open up this basic education. Baka magagaling, di ba? Yung mga eskwelahan na nandun abroad para matuto tayo ng math, science, and reading comprehension. Ano po sa tingin nyo doon, Mr. Chair, DepEd? O meron kayong proposal para ma-debunk yung sinasabi na okay naman yung ating sistema, meron lang tayong dapat na baguhin. May mga alternative ba kayo para mas mabago natin yung sistema, yung situation ngayon na meron tayong education or learning crisis, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Madam Congresswoman, under the present curriculum of the department, yan pa rin naman yung ginagamit natin sa lahat ng mga eskwelahan natin, pati private schools. And with regards to engaging foreign countries, for example, Southeast Asian countries, with regards to curriculum implementation, meron naman talaga tayong CMEO na nagpa-partner tayo with our fellow ASEAN countries for improvement of our curriculum and enrichment of the way we implement our curriculum without necessarily letting foreigners own our basic education schools. So we can still maintain ownership of the basic Filipino ownership of our basic education schools while partnering with foreign countries that could help us in the implementation of a national-based curriculum, Madam Mr. Chair.
Thank you po sa DepEd. Kanina kasi binanggit ni Mr. Chair. Can I continue, Mr. Chair? May I continue, Mr. Chair? So, about the RA 11448, yung transnational law, expanding the access of education services through the establishment and administration of transnational higher education. So, kay Chair Popoy po de Vera, so paano ba ito sa konkreto? Paano po ito yung nangyayari sa konkreto? At meron po ba tayong study kung ilan na po yung mga ganyan na itsura? Tungkol sa exchanges, for example, ng scholarship, mga professors natin pumunta sa ibang bansa. So ano po yung coverage nitong batas na ito on your IRR?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even before the transnational education law, meron ng mga dinevelop na twinning programs between Philippines and foreign universities. In fact, CHED supported twinning programs between UK and Philippine universities as early as 2016. And it has produced...
Ayun po ba sa mga teachers lang yan or including students po?
Yung master's and PhD programs
teachers.
jointly delivered by UK universities and Philippine universities. Umaandar na po ito. Meron tayong 13 niche programs produced by both schools. So even before transnational education law, pwede naman po pagka-twinning program ang gagawin. Ang mahirap ay yung foreign universities setting up campuses in the Philippines. That is a little tricky to do because the incentive system is not in place. Hindi po sila basta pupunta dito. Pero meron na pong plano yung Kamosum College in partnership with Miriam College to set up a campus in Pampanga using the transnational higher education law. Meron naman pong paraan under the transnational higher education law. Ang problema po natin, yung ating transnational higher education law, compared to the laws in other countries, is not as incentive-driven as in the other countries. Yun po ang problema. Pag kinompare yung sa atin versus Malaysia versus Korea, medyo mas pupunta po yung foreign universities sa mga bansa na yun kaysa sa
So,
atin.
Mr. Chair, ano po yung tinutukoy ninyong mga incentives?
Congresswoman
halimbawa-
Castro. Yes.
Last,
Last point. Our time has already expired, so we can
pwede
move to
bang
the next
pasagutin ko rin, Mr.
interpellation.
Chair, si Dean Abad? Kasi siya yung nagbanggit nung RA 1148 after Chairman Popoy.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you may proceed with the answer.
Halimbawa po, sa Malaysia, nung tinayo nila yung Edu City, they created a special education zone exclusively for foreign universities para pong enterprise zone ito. And they granted incentives to the UK schools that will go there, including funding infrastructure as an incentive for the schools to relocate there. Even with those incentives, nung nagpunta po ako doon at kausap ko yung rector ng mga university, sabi nila, mga 5 years daw before they can become, before they can earn. Kaya po may mga madami nagpunta sa Malaysia kasi yung incentive package nagugustuhan ng foreign universities. We don't have that model yet in the Philippines, although there are potential enterprise zones, pero hindi po ito nakagear exclusively for educational institutions. Ganon din po sa Korea. Last point, Mr. Chair, yung concern po na yung curriculum will be controlled by foreign institutions in the countries in ASEAN that have opened up, the curriculum is still approved by their ministry. That is the case in Malaysia, that is the case in Korea. Hindi po natin pwedeng basta ibigay. So dapat po pag nag-craft ng batas ang Kongreso, they are still governed by Philippine laws as far as the curriculum is concerned.
Thank you po. Kay Dean Abad, Mr. Chair.
May I proceed po, Mr. Chair? In answer to your question, ma'am, among the membership of the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, what I personally know is that a lot of our bigger universities already have had linkages, which means memoranda of understanding or memoranda of agreement with foreign universities for transfer of knowledge, meaning to say that they invite foreign professors to come in and teach, and for our professors to go to their universities to teach as well. We also have been sending students to different universities abroad. In the same manner, they send students, their students to our universities. Now, these are simply linkages. Hindi pa ho yan yung mga dual degrees because the implementing rules and regulations only came out in 2021. Although I know of a few that have tried to put up like a common program na partially dito sa Pilipinas, tapos padadala yung estudyante po abroad to get the degree of that foreign university. Yun pa lang ho, because nga ho, itong experimentation na ito ay bagong-bago pa lamang, itong Transnational Education Act. So hindi pa ho talaga siya nasusubukan dahil bagong-bago lang po ito. And this is one reason why we say, why don't we try this experimentation first? Marami pong salamat.
Okay,
Thank you
po,
very much,
Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Castro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we now recognize a representative of the First District of Isabela. We have Deputy Speaker Antonio Tonipet Albano for his interpellation.
Deputy Speaker Tony Pet Albano, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. We are all here to educate our people. And seeing that the statistics show that we are in the bottom of the pit for education, we need to move forward and open this competition so that competition is good and uplift the educational system here in the Philippines. I have a request with DepEd and with CHED that if they can just submit to this committee how many of the best high schools in the Philippines, students that are actually admitted to the best universities here and colleges in the Philippines, and also the best universities of in the world, like the Ivy Leagues and so. Can they answer me, one of the two? DepEd? Do you have any statistics on how many of our best high schools that you've produced, students that can go to La Salle, Ateneo, UP, the best universities here and also abroad? Do you have that?
Mr. Chair, not at the moment, Mr. Chair, but we can get it for the committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay, because later on I will show you how dismal our educational system here, especially when they graduate and they cannot even enter the top universities locally and especially internationally. May I ask Ched then, if you have any knowledge of this, how many of the best high schools that are produced here can enter the top universities in the Philippines?
We cannot get that data, Mr. Chair, because high schools are under the jurisdiction of
May
the
we ask
DepEd.
you then to coordinate with DepEd, because both of you are the educational systems in the Philippines, and get us that, and please submit to this committee.
We will defer to DepEd on this matter, Mr. Chair, because they have control over the records, Mr. Chair.
May
But we
you
will
ask the universities that are under your control to submit the list of how many of those students come from the best top universities in high school in the Philippines, so that we may know what is the batting average of these best high schools that could enter the best universities in the Philippines. Please submit.
How much time are we given, Mr. Chair?
You have until before Holy Week when we want to wrap this up. As soon as possible, Mr.
We
Chair.
have 2,000 public and private higher
I'm only asking
education
for the best high schools so that we can show the disparity of how many students can actually enter the top universities here in the Philippines. Maybe 5.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can pick the top 5 public and private universities and request them to submit their data to CHED if that will suffice for the instructions of Congress, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chair, not allowing my time, I will reserve the right to later question and see the statistics to show people that it is quite dismal, especially when they apply for the top universities in the world. They are not accepted because of that dismal failure of our educational system. Now for COCOPEA, Mr. the President, Del Carmen, are you still here?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
And Attorney Manawag is still here?
Yes,
You are
Mr. Chair.
opposed, and you said, because foreign schools has more funding and will disadvantage local schools. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Right. Are you saying that the business of your schools are more important than the education of our students who are already lagging behind in world rankings?
Mr. Chair, of course not, Mr. Chair. At the moment, what we're basically saying is that these heavily funded foreign institutions, when they come in, they will basically be another a third-party competitor, basically, because at the moment our private education sector is really hurting, and we are on a uphill battle even against our public counterparts.
And is
So-
not that fault if you are at the uphill battle, if we open the competition? Because that means your schools are not at par at the educational level that these foreign institutes can bring here?
No,
So it's about economics?
not necessarily, Mr. Chair. What we are advocating at the moment is for the complementarity of our public and private education sectors, because that is how our education system is uh, arranged at the moment. So
Why
we
is it arranged like that? And your solution is to create more guidelines to improve our educational system. That is what you said, and I quote, right? You want to craft an educational system to be at par with these foreign nationals who are far more better, right?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair. What we my earlier statement, Mr. Chair, was basically we have existing laws, we have existing guidelines, programs that perhaps we can advocate more to improve, because there is potential in our existing education system. If only
Hindi
that
because you are COCO and you are amalgamation of all the schools and you represent them, why have you not done this? Why are we lagging behind? Tell me. Why are we, what ranking do we have? Sixth, third from the bottom in science in average scores of 356, sixth from the bottom in mathematics, 3 out of average score of 355, sixth from the bottom in reading. You said you represent the schools, you want to create the system. Why has that not been done now? Why do we have these rankings?
Mr. Chair, we understand, but the private education sector lacks the sustainable support from government. And at the moment, we
Don't
cannot
blame
even...
government because government supposed to be coming from DepEd is the highest budget in all of the departments. So why? I'll tell you why. You lack competition. You don't want to open this up because you are basically saying, which I already was saying, it's economics for you. You don't want to open a competition because you said, hirap na nga kayo makakuha ng estudyante. Bakit kayo hirap? Kasalanan ninyo. Hindi pa kayo nagbigay ng magandang quality education. Dapat kayo as a eskwela, lahat kayo nagsama-sama with DepEd and SHED to create a better school system so that your high school students can enter Ivy League schools, can enter La Salle, Ateneo, and UP, and all the others. Now let me get back. May I ask, the British School of Manila, Ed School, Martin Van der Linden, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You are 100% owned and funded privately?
We are a not-for-profit, non-stock education corporation.
So we can admit schools that are non-stock and non-profit here in the Philippines by Republic Act, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the batting average of graduating high school students in your school, BSM, that are accepted to good universities in the Philippines and the best universities in Europe or even the Ivy League? Do you have that, Mr. Vano?
I do not have the specific data, but certainly above 90% of our graduates annually enter local and international universities or colleges.
90%. And how many students do you have?
We in the entire school from nursery through to year 13, we have 965 students.
And
We
your graduates for high school?
graduate annually between 60 and 70 students.
And out of that, 90 students go to wonderful top universities in the world. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And because they are accepted to the best universities, the students that you have educated are well off in life today, especially your alumni. Is that correct?
That's a rather subjective question, Mr. Chairman.
Generally.
But generally, I would think they would be. Yes, sir.
All right. And in the UK, what are the top 5 universities?
We have
I
a
would
long list.
presume that BSM graduates will go to their British counterpart schools and universities in the UK.
Our students go to universities around the world, including
Philippine universities like Ateneo and De La Salle as well. But in the UK, we're proud to have students who have attended Bath, Cambridge, King's College, Loughborough, Manchester, Warwick, Edinburgh, and on. But also in the United States, UCLA, Harvard, Stanford, Penn State, Georgetown, and others around the world too.
All right. Let me tell you the top 5 universities in the UK, which you have just mentioned. Oxford University, University of Cambridge, ICL, UCL, and all the others. Do you know how much after they graduate, sir, do they earn their salaries and entry level?
Unfortunately, I don't, Mr. Chair.
I have the statistics. 93% of Oxford graduates from 2020 to 2021, their median salaries are 32,000 pounds up to 35,000 pounds. How much is that? 2.5 million pesos annually. Meaning if we have that same educational system here in the Philippines, they don't have to be OFWs anymore. They can earn 2.5 million yearly. That is what poverty here in the Philippines is. And that's why education is primary. Same thing. In the economy of UK, the University of Oxford alone contributes to around 15.7 billion pounds to the UK economy. Can you imagine if our top universities, our top schools here in the Philippines produce that kind of mentality, educated people that can translate into helping our economy and lift our country into poverty? The statements of our UP students, Rodenias, Alo, their statement is that this will take away the Philippine history and Philippine subjects. Mr. BSM Head School Martin, do you have any Filipino national subjects that you're teaching in BSM for our Filipino students who study there?
Mr. Chair, as per our Republic Act that defines us, our curriculum is UK-based, certainly through primary, an adapted form of the curriculum, but we're very proud that the adaptations that we add are very specifically connected to Filipino history and culture. And I can share, for example, that in our primary years, we do have very specific structures, including basic Tagalog, Filipino, agriculture, dance, music, food, language, traditions, and culture throughout our primary phase. In our senior phase, we engage in intercultural learning, particularly with our local service community and beyond within Filipino culture and history.
So this is for both Filipino and international students that are there.
For all students, Mr.
So
Chair.
you're debunking what they're saying, that the nationalism is gone when we have foreign 100% ownership schools here in the Philippines. Is that right?
I'm not sure if that debunks it completely, Mr. Chair, but we are very pleased to be guests within the Philippines and extend our learning to all of our students, whether they be Filipino or international.
Very good. Thank you for that. So what I'm saying is nationalism is really dependent on the person. Okay? Mr. Jose C., UP teachers, are you still here? Maybe I will ask our Mr. Alo. Mr. C, UP Teachers Aid, because you're from UP, he said he cited Jose Rizal as the national hero. Do you know where Jose Rizal studied?
Jose Rizal studied in UST, then in Ateneo.
And where else?
Barcelona, Madrid.
Barcelona, Madrid. Why did he have to study abroad?
I don't think that's a question I can answer, Mr. Speaker.
You don't know your history, and you're from UP. How shameful. Here, from 1879 to 1882, Rizal studied medicine, agriculture, serving, philosophy, etc. at the UST. Dissatisfied with education there, So where did he go? In 1884, Rizal completed licenses in medicine philosophy at the Central University of Madrid. Did it make him less patriotic? No. So why are you afraid to bring schools here to educate our children? Did he not die for our country, Mr. Alo?
He did die for our country.
He did. Did he not write 2 books? What are the 2 books that he wrote?
Ano pa yun? El Filibusterismo and Noli Me Tangere.
And what language did he use?
Paano?
Spanish. My gulay. Read your histories and be more educated. He, national hero, was studying abroad. Open the schools here and let all our students have this information. History of education in the Philippines after the Spanish, because the Spanish wanted to control only the tertiary education. When the Americans came, alas, Ched, Bobo, how did the educational system history here in the Philippines? Didn't the Americans open it because the missionaries came and opened the grade school and opened the education for all Filipinos and not only Spanish?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that was part of the colonial policy of the United States to open the public educational system,
And
Mr.
who were
Chair.
the first teachers here? Weren't they not foreigners?
They were called Thomasites because they rode on the SS Thomas ship that was brought here. Many of them actually were not educators. They were volunteers who wanted to teach in a foreign country.
But were they foreigners?
Yes, initially, Mr. Chair. Later on, Filipinos who graduated from primary and secondary school were allowed to teach. You did not need a college degree at that time to teach in public school, high schools and elementary. A elementary graduate and a high school graduate were allowed to teach if you were Filipino because they needed a lot of teachers because of the public school system, Mr. Chair.
And that proves my point, Mr. Chair. Foreigners were here to educate us in the beginning, and now we can educate ourselves. But you have to open it up to competition so that you can actually, you cannot raise your hand if I don't recognize you. So, Mr. Chair, nationalism is good, but you don't have the monopoly of love of country. We all do. We love this country, just like Jose Rizal, who died, but was educated abroad. I myself, I will not compare myself to Rizal, but graduated at UCLA and went to Harvard for some executive courses. But I do love my country and I am nationalistic. And I will lay my life, like Jose Rizal, to protect the nationalism of our country. But please, educate our children. They should be educated in the best schools that the Philippines can have. Whether international or local universities should set up here, as long as they are the best institutions to educate our children. I myself am ashamed. Why? My daughter, who is 18, is graduating in Brent. Why? Because we have one of the best educational systems, so that if they apply in the Ivy League schools abroad, in Oxford University, in Harvard, Stanford, and the likes, she has at least a chance of going to the best institutions in the world, learning from them like I did in UCLA, coming back to the Philippines and educating everyone here, especially in the laws that uplift the poverty and the poor people of the Philippines. So I dare you, open the educational system in the Philippines to competition to make sure our children can be educated by the best minds in the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Tony Petalbano. We truly feel your enthusiasm and your spirit in your interpellation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what is the pleasure of the gentleman from Albay?
Yes, a short intervention so that we know what amendment we're talking about.
So,
Because,
yes,
because this is a prejudicial question.
Majority Leader, there's a question of privilege. There's a procedural question addressed by Congressman Lagban.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
and
we'd like
I
to,
could address this to the
may we recognize the representative of Albay, Congressman Edsa Lagman,
thank you.
to have a short intervention. Please limit your intervention for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Under the present constitution, under section 4.2 of Article 12, educational institutions are indeed generic, which means to say they would include primary, elementary, secondary, and tertiary. With respect to the ratio of Filipino equity or even dominance in educational institutions. Under the resolution we are discussing now, there is an amendment which categorizes institution and limiting it to basic in relation to the Filipino equity in educational institutions. So are we saying that in the event this amendment is approved, the subsequent legislation will only increase the alien ownership or capitalization in basic education institutions, but will not include secondary and tertiary education.
Thank you very much for your point, Congressman Lagman. This was exactly the same point raised by Congresswoman Castro earlier. But the sponsors and I decided that it will be on the period of second reading that we will defend the proposed measure, and we will focus on the resource person during this period.
Well, I think we should be able to resolve this now, Mr. Chairman, because many of the resource persons were concentrating on tertiary education. And the discussion veered away from the proposed amendment, which is only basic education.
Yes, absolutely. We see your point, Congressman Lagman. That's why we would like to explore all levels of education so that we can have a deeper understanding and appreciation of the said industry and sector. And then once we proceed to the next level, which is second reading, the sponsors and I will be open for amendments, interpolations by our dear colleagues here in the House.
But we should not be talking about all levels, Mr. Chairman, because our own proposed amendment limits it to basic education, which does not include secondary and tertiary. In other words, if we amend the Constitution through legislation, if that is possible, that is even questionable, then it would be limited. The entry of foreign investments in the Philippines will be limited to basic education. And I think we should be able to resolve that now. Can we get a response from the sponsors or from the floor leader?
The chair calls for a 1-minute suspension. Committee hearings resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recognize the Second District of Marikina Representative, Congressman Stella Kimbo, to respond to the query of Congressman Lagman.
Okay. The chair would just like to remind Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, just on that specific point raised by Congressman Lagman, I will allow you to answer the question because we have a next interpellator from the minority, which is Congressman Raul Manuel. And just so that we can understand, at 4 o'clock, all the women will be taking over plenary. So let's just be very quick and concise with their answer. You may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe the question was with respect to the interpretation of paragraph 2 of RBH 7, which is that the proposal is for the ownership of basic education facilities to remain at 60-40, and for the restriction on ownership of tertiary education of tertiary educational institutions to be lifted.
Well,
Congressman Lagman.
Mr. Chairman, the opposite is the correct interpretation. When we qualify educational institutions to basic only, then what will be the subject of any change in alien equity would be with respect to basic, because the other provisions here would not include any change in the tertiary or secondary levels. That what is my interpretation, and I submit that we should be guided by such interpretation, because what is the purpose of qualifying educational institutions to basic? Otherwise, there will be no purpose at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Chairman.
Congressman Lagman, for highlighting that point. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now move to recognize Representative of Kabataan Party List, Congressman Raul Daniel Manuel, for his interpellation.
Congressman Raul Manuel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, syempre ang mga kabataan binansagang pag-asa ng bayan at ang nagsabi nga nun ay si Gato Rizal. Mr. Chair, tanong ko lang po sa representative ng National Union of Students, mga student councils, would he agree that Spanish was used para maunawaan ng mga Spanish colonizers, no? Kung ano yung mga mali sa lipunan during that time?
Yung ginamit po yung Spanish primarily.
Yes or no na lang po. Would you agree na bagay yun ng objective ni Rizal, bakit Spanish yung ginamit niya?
No.
So anong reason bakit Spanish yung ginamit?
Well, yun lang po kasi yung option. Again, sinulat po yung mga librong yun nung panahon na nag-aaral po sila sa Madrid, di ba? So hindi po naman hinayaan ng mga colonizers na magsulat si Jose Rizal in Filipino.
So ibig sabihin he was constrained during that time?
Yes.
Pero paano naunawaan ng mga Pilipino yung kanyang sinulat?
Primarily, syempre, parang may mga nagtatranslate din naman for people. Tapos inaral din naman ng iba mga Pilipino yung...
Please speak closer to the microphone.
So ayun, hello? So ayun, syempre po, nandun din yung collective action ng mga Katipunero para mag-prop din po sa mga people to actually let the Filipinos know kung ano po yung nangyari sa lipunan.
And why did he study abroad?
Well, kabilang na rin po doon yung pagiging oppressive din ng institutions na meron sa Pilipinas and yung lack of opportunities. Ibig sabihin po, dahil nga po kulang yung opportunities na makapag-aral sa Pilipinas, napilitan po si Jose Rizal na mag-aral sa ibang bansa.
At bahagi din ba ng ginagawa niya while studying abroad ay yung matuto mula sa mga liberation movements and popular struggles in other countries?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to direct the question sa ating Alliance ng mga Student Press, CEGP. Based sa mga data na nakakalap nyo, marami bang mga estudyanteng Pilipino ang nangangarap na mag-aral abroad? Gaano karami?
Sa nakala po na datos no, ng Philippine Collegian, ito po ang official student publication ng UP Diliman, ay unequitable po talaga yung access sa education ng Filipino, doon pa lang sa SUCs natin, at particular sa UP. Dahil according po dun sa results ng UPCA 2023 or yung UP College Admission Test, ay 50.15% po ng UP passers ay mula sa private schools, habang 24.02% ay mula sa public science schools. At yung galing po sa public general schools ay 20.04% lang. So sa kabuuan, 3/4 po ng nakakapasa sa UP ay either galing sa private schools or dun sa mga science schools. Yan po yung binanggit, 'di ba, na kadalasang pina-perceive po na best high schools dito sa Pilipinas. Pero ang nire-reveal din po ng study na ito o ng mga data na ito ay may pinapaboran na advantage groups yung education system natin. Kasi there seems to be a delusional assumption ngayon, 'di ba, sa dinidinig natin na foreign ownership of education, that this will improve the quality as well as the access of Filipinos to education. Pero if dun sa SUCs pa lang is inequitable na yung access, ano po yung assurance na binabalik po namin to question na to, ano po yung assurance na talagang i-improve ng foreign ownership yung access to education, especially ng disadvantaged, marginalized groups?
So, there's this thought na kapag pumasok yung mga 100% foreign-owned schools sa atin, then mas madali yung chance. No? Halimbawa, batang mahirap ay makakapag-aral, makakakuha ng credentials from a foreign school. Pero based on those data, masusupport ba yung ganun? Ibig sabihin yung sa education ladder ay likely yung chance ng isang batang mahirap na makapag-aral sa mga foreign schools?
No, if anything, if may i-improve po siya na access, yun ay dun sa already privileged students. So hindi po niya nasasaklaw yung kalahatan. At if babalik po tayo, yung cost ng education, sino ba yung makaka-afford nito? At titingnan din natin dun sa past nga na or iba pang data na binigay ng other resource persons tungkol dun sa mga foreign institutions sa other countries. For example, sa Malaysia, na yan yung University of Reading ng UK School. Ang tuition po dito ay 40,000 or 470,000 pesos. Sino po yung makaka-afford dito na Filipinos?
Okay. How about sa mga out-of-school youth natin? Na bahagi din ba ng pangarap nila na makapagtapos ng pag-aaral sa mga foreign school? Is that their direct concern sa pang-araw-araw na buhay nila?
We believe that still the primary concern of the students is to attain education, quality education. But we don't see that this quality education is necessarily exclusive only to foreign-owned institutions.
Okay. To the resource person from De La Salle University, kasi merong other resource person from the Local Government Development Institute na ang banggit ay kapag pumasok at magkaroon na ng competition yung mga local schools natin sa mga foreign schools, this would somehow influence yung ating mga local schools na mag-review ng kanilang fees kasi nga may kakompetensya sila. Would you agree with that statement?
No, Your Honor. When the foreign schools come in with their fees, the Philippine institutions will probably not follow suit because right now their fees are 4 times higher than ours. And if we do that, we will be not doing our mission. We will be failing our mission, which is to provide education to us, quality education to as many Filipinos as possible. So we don't really look at the foreign institutions as competitors because we are different market levels.
So kapag gano'n, at halimbawa maraming mga batang mahirap na gustong pumasok sa mga international schools natin. Kung kayo magbibigay ng estimate, gaano karami diyan yung mabibigyan ng scholarship or free education para nga makuha nila yung ganong credentials from foreign schools?
Uh, I cannot speak for the foreign institutions because that will depend on their mission or business models. But what I can tell you is De La Salle University, for example, provides scholarship to 26% of our students.
So, ibig sabihin kapag ganun, hindi assurance na halimbawa bababa yung fees ng mga local schools natin kung may pumasok na mga foreign schools.
Well, the fees will not go down nor go up. We will maintain the fees that we have now, and we try our best to provide as good an education to as many as Filipinos as possible with that.
So that said, Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin, hindi naman pala assured na mas mura, mas accessible ang edukasyon sa mga foreign schools natin. And of course, kasama pa dyan ang magiging admissions process nila. Kaya tingin natin, Mr. Chair, mababa ang posibilidad, no? At yung likelihood ng pangako ng dekalidad and quality education, accessible education through full foreign ownership ng ating mga paaralan. Tingin natin still no, yung mga mas may kaya, di sila nga actually yung makakatipid kasi kesa gumastos pa para ma-send abroad yung kanilang mga anak, dito na lang nila pag-aaralin kasi andito naman na yung campus ng mga foreign schools. Next, Mr. Chair, to EDCOM 2, no, sa legal counsel ng EDCOM 2 kasi sa Senate naman, the executive director of EDCOM 2 stated his position in support, no? Blatantly in support, no? And also there are press releases, no? Supporting yung economic charter change sa schools. Pero can I clarify, nasa report ba talaga ang recommendations ng EDCOM 2 ang full foreign ownership ng schools?
Good afternoon. Wala pa pong position po yung EDCOM. I think what was presented in the Senate, the same presentation that I had this morning, we just provided our initial scanning and evaluation of the policy environment, ano pong magiging implication once we open up. But it has not been discussed yet by the commissioners from both houses on our position. And we defer to Senate and Congress on that.
Yeah.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you for that. At least malinaw lang din sa bahagi naming mga mambabatas yung ganong posisyon so far ng EDCOM 2. Next to the League of Filipino Students, kasi nabanggit nga rin nationalism, ganyan. Paano ba talaga natin na-express ang pagiging makabayan natin? Now, ako I believe din naman kung nandyan yung DepEd at CHED to monitor curriculum, then yung framework, yung outline ng curriculum, imamandate pa rin yan ng gobyerno. Pero gusto ko lang malinawan kasi sa actual implementation, doon pwedeng nag-iba-iba. Sa pagtingin ng inyong organization, halimbawa merong 100% foreign school na pagmamayari ng mga Amerikano. Realistically, can we expect that school to really teach yung tunay na nangyari halimbawa sa Philippine-American War? Kung ano yung atrocities na ginawa ng occupiers dati from the United States sa mamamayan, yung genocide na ginawa dati sa mga Pilipino. Would that be accurately taught?
Hello. Tulad nga nung nabanggit po kanina, let us learn from our history. Nung pumunta po yung mga Amerikano dito para magturo, tinuruan nila tayo na nandito sila for benevolent assimilation, for peaceful reasons, hindi for colonization. At tinuruan nila yung mga Pilipino na maging anti-revolutionary. So I think we can see a similar trend kung given the scenario na hinapag po ninyo. Especially, the US is currently maximizing its military presence here in the Philippines. It really needs to build popular support from intellectuals, from students, and other sectors of the society. So definitely, they will use their curriculum to instill that narrative to the students that they are here for peaceful reasons, they are allies, and we need their military presence. Thank you.
In a similar vein, kung meron namang 100% foreign-owned school na mga Chinese naman yung nagmamay-ari, can we expect na ituturo nila sa mga estudyante na yung West Philippine Sea ay teritoryo talaga at bahagi nung sa Pilipinas?
Of course, ituturo nila yung kanilang false claim ng 9-dash line or yung bago na ngayon na 10-dash line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sa COCOPEA naman po, kasi ang usual din na pinag-uusapan natin talaga ay both public and private, paano aayusin yung quality. Imposible na ba na ma-improve natin yung quality of education natin with not tinkering with the provisions of our constitution?
We believe that we can improve our current education system even without amending the Constitution. Everything, the Congress has the power to pass legislation to improve our system at the moment. And in fact, no, we can even review our existing guidelines, our implementing rules and regulations in order to encourage or promote internationalization, encourage foreign education institutions or investors to invest in the Philippine educational institutions.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I would want to listen to the inputs of
Yes,
also
you're
from-
recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Chair, we also would like to support the earlier statement that was given by Chairman De Vera that our schools naman are not a diploma mill, no? Marami naman po tayong magagaling na institutions, no? The problem in our educational institution probably would be access, no? And we don't see that opening it up to foreign students will improve access because how many of the students can afford to go to these international schools? No? Kaya po yun naman pong punto ninyo na are we trying to improve? Yes, we are continuously trying to send our faculty to train abroad and they can go back here and try to improve our system. We are doing twinning arrangement with some of our schools are doing twinning with international schools. So nandun po yung effort for us to improve our education system, no? But the earlier promulgation that opening it up to the foreign schools will educate majority of our Filipino students and provide access, hindi po yun ang mangyayari. Because very few of our students can afford to go to these foreign schools if ever they set up here. Pero meron po tayong ginagawa na twinning arrangements, collaborations with other foreign schools that will help improve the quality of our education po. Salamat po, sir.
Okay.
Congressman
Mr. Chair,
Manuel.
kay Ma'am Ada naman from PACU. Ito, shift na po ako, Mr. Chair, dun sa actual na text ng nakalagay sa RBH 7. At kasi, Mr. Chair, I want to clarify, kasi merong ownership, merong equity participation, tapos meron ding control and administration. Mr. Chair, would the resource person from PACU agree with me na magkaka-connect yung mga to pero magkakaiba din essentially ang ownership, ang equity participation, tsaka control and administration?
May I, Your Honor? I agree with you, sir, that these are all interconnected. And in fact, the way that this was worded, kung titingnan niyo po yung original na constitutional provision, nakahiwalay po yung paragraph ng the control and administration of educational institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines. Nakahiwalay po yon. Kaya parang dahil sa pagkahiwalay niya, emphatic po yon. Parang pinapalabas na ito po talagang para lamang sa mga Pilipino. Lahat yan po ay nakalagay sa konstitusyon. Ngayon, nung iniakyat yon sa isang paragraph lang po, pinapalabas naman po dito na basic education in all kinds of institutions, tertiary, secondary, need no longer be just with the control and supervision of Filipino citizens, but can be opened up now to foreign equity, to foreigners. So yun ho yung sinasabi kong medyo magulo, na dapat lang po ay bigyan ng pansin nitong kongresong ito. At ayun nga po, i-emphasize ko rin uli yung sinasabi po ni Justice V.V. Mendoza na kung magbabago po tayo ng konstitusyon ay ayon lamang doon sa sinasabi rin po ng konstitusyon na Constitutional Assembly or Constitutional Convention lamang po. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, again to the same resource person, kahit yes or no na lang po. Ibig sabihin pwedeng iba yung nagmamayari ng educational institution, tapos not necessarily pareho din yung may equity participation or nag-infuse ng capital, iba din yung administration ng paaralan.
Opo.
So, thank you. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, no, kasi kung control and administration, sa admin, pwedeng ang nire-refer niyan ay president ng university, yung dean, principal, board of regents, or trustees. Mr. Chair, ang mangyayari sa higher education, so far, kung based dun sa text, paano natin siya interpret, ang mangyayari, full foreign ownership, tapos ang mga top officials din ng higher education institution ay mga foreigners. Tapos Mr. Chair, actually nga sa Constitution natin ngayon, kahit nga exempted ang mga religious and mission schools from the minimum na 60% Filipino ownership, minamandate pa rin na ang school admin nila dapat Filipinos. Yun po yung nasa current na konstitusyon natin. Ibig sabihin, kahit na banyaga yung may capital infusion dyan, gusto natin talaga yung nagpapatakbo ng paaralan Pilipino. Pero Mr. Chair, with RBH 7, pati yan, yung Pilipino yung administrator, bibitawan pa natin. Also, Mr. Chair, ang mangyayari din, we have 60% Filipino ownership as minimum pero ginagrant pa nga tayo sa Kongreso na pwede nating taasan ang required minimum na equity participation ng mga Pilipino. So, ibig sabihin talaga ang pinopromote ay Filipino stake doon sa ating mga paaralan. Pero, Mr. Chair, ito yung tricky doon sa RBH 7 natin. Mine-maintain ang 60% Filipino ownership. Pero pwede din sa basic education na hindi na rin Pilipino ang mga school administrators. Kaya we're not confident, Mr. Chair, na ang pagtuturo ng curriculum ng kasaysayan, ng history natin, at maging ng constitution natin na para sa Pilipino ay mame-maintain talaga natin yan. Kaya ito din, I'd like to ask again from Paco din, kasi dinilit yung restriction on foreigners sa student population. Sa ngayon, dapat maximum lang 1/3 or 33% ay mga foreigners. Pero sa RBH 7, pwede na maximum 100%. So I thought, ang gusto natin, access ng mga Pilipino to quality education. Pero ito, Mr. Chair, baligtad. Para mga banyaga ay mag-aaral dito sa atin. No? So I thought para to sa Pilipino. So ano pong comment doon ng Paco?
Marami na hong marami na hong foreigners nga nag-aaral dito, pero because it is in the Constitution, yung mga miyembro po namin na mga universities and colleges adhere to that 1/3 requirement, that only 1/3 of the total school population could be foreigners. So we follow the Constitution strictly po. And well, that is one of the issues nga that is pervading here.
Okay. Some final thoughts, Mr. Chair, dahil nga masyadong malabo ang construction ngayon ng RBH 7. Kahit sa higher education, conflicting din siya, na ang isang educational institution, pwedeng foreign-owned siya, pwede ding foreigners ang magiging school admin, pero dahil nandyan pa rin yung nakasulat na Congress may increase Filipino equity participation, ang mangyayari pa, sa Banyaga yung school, pero pwede pala na i-require, i-take advantage yung Filipino capital para ipasok doon sa school na yon. No? So actually naaabuso ang mga Pilipino sa ganong provisions kahit sa higher education dahil doon sa parang pinagtagpi-tagbing phrasing ng RBH 7. So to conclude, Mr. Chair, with my interpellation, we have good teachers sa Pilipinas. Ang potential ng mga kabataang Pilipino nandyan. But we have been failing our teachers and our students dahil ang mga matagal naman ng problema na hindi naman attributable sa Constitution ay hindi natin talaga fully na naaaksyonan. Kaya Mr. Chair, hearing din from our resource persons, not having heard strong support sa education community for economic charter change sa education, then still we maintain our position to resist this economic charter change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, for the subject matter of amendment of the education, may we manifest for the record that there are still 8 members who have registered to interpolate. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, in a while, I will be making a motion to suspend the committee hearing because we have to go to the plenary for the lady legislator who will be taking over the session at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So may we request, Mr. Chairman, that all resource speakers who are present now can we request you to return tomorrow morning? Because in a few minutes, I'll be making a motion that we will be suspending the committee until tomorrow at 4 o'clock 4 o'clock.
So may Senate yata.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Yes. Committee says suspended. only been suspended, so please remain seated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, we request the resource people present right now to return tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So considering that there are about 9 other members who will be interpolating tomorrow, and considering that we wouldn't know what time the legislators will be able to finish the session this afternoon, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we will resume the interpellation for the subject matter of amendment to education. And then by 1 o'clock, we will begin to hear the resource speaker for the media. And thereafter, the members will be allowed to interpolate. And then if we have to suspend because of the session at 4 o'clock, then we suspend the committee hearing until after the suspension or adjournment of the session tomorrow, and then we'll resume after the adjournment or suspension of session tomorrow.
So, okay?
With that,
We
Mr. Speaker,
will
I move that we suspend in the meantime consideration of RBH number 7. So move.
There's a motion to suspend consideration of resolution of both houses of Congress number 7.
I move that we suspend the deliberation of the committee as a whole until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So move.
This meeting of the committee of the whole is suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow.